let's get started. Right. So today, I really want to talk about something that was supposed to come out last week, but I'm telling you, making this video was a nightmare because something. Basically, you know what? Let's go into this real quick. My laptop was crashing a lot last week, and I must have lost about 20 hours worth of goddamn recording and footage trying to get this done. So I've gone through all of the technical aspects, I've fixed it all up. It was a nightmare to do, but I think we are finally here, folks. Wow. It's finally here. But okay. Today I am gonna talk about the Hotline Miami games. The second game just turned 10 years old, and that is just something else to me, considering the fact that these are my favorite games, man. I'm old. Before we get into any of that, alright? If you're new here or you haven't already, do us a favor and check out the main channel. This is where my quality stuff is, and the channel you're watching now is where my quantity stuff is. Seriously, each of the videos are only 5 minutes long, won't take up much of your time, and you'll have a heck of a laugh watching them, I promise you. With all that being said, if you still prefer to hang around here in the whole like, that's fine too. Feel free to just stick me in the background, second monitor, or if you dare, you can watch me as well. I'll do my best to make that valid. But okay, we'll jump in. So, yeah, the Hotline Miami games, man. These are definitely mainly like the first game, I suppose. These games changed me. Well, the thing is, because like growing up, I was never a stranger to unique games and the like. Like if I was just to browse through it right now, I started off with because I started out on the likes of like the old Tomb Raider games, and those are quite unique in of themselves. But if that isn't enough for you, I think, let's see if I can find them. Here we go. The Oddworld games were like some of the first games I'd ever played in the PlayStation 1 as well. Alongside the likes of, your Spyro the Dragons and Crash Bandicoots and all that. But yeah, it was never a new concept to me, and it was all the more so when I moved over to the PlayStation 2. Because let's have a browse. We'll just have a browse. So I was playing games like Voodoo Vents, Ultimate Spider-Man, and let's see what else. Oh, the Tony Hawk games, man. Oh yeah, and then when like the Tomb Raider games go good as well. It was like Tomb Raider Legend and Anniversary as well. In fact, well, what I really want to find before I move on, because of course the Lego games, and then oh my god, and then like what was it? Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask and that. Jak and Daxter especially, man. These were great. So, you know what I mean? I was no stranger to games that kind of did something different, sort of thing. Games with their own little. They were kind of in their own space compared to the likes of a Call of Duty and FIFA and Grand Theft Auto. You get the idea. So it probably wasn't until the Xbox 360 days that I kind of got stuck on games like that, because, yeah, so Modern Warfare 3 is where I kind of dropped in on the Call of Duty games, because I always had friends who were playing the multiplayer on Call of Duty, and I always wanted a shot, but we never had an Xbox at the time, let alone an internet fucking connection. So it was the same with Halo as well. Let's go with Halo Reach. That was the one I really liked, because I was playing the likes of like Halo 3 multiplayer, Halo Reach multiplayer, and then dare I say Halo 4. I know, fake fan over here. And it's not that they... And I think the main thing, alright, that I want to get across is that these are, especially Halo at least, not bad games at all. It reminded me of when I was playing the likes of Payday 2 as well. And again, no, Payday 2 was awesome to play as well. But these were the kind of games that I was playing almost exclusively. And what that led to was games like this kind of have a certain type of gameplay loop where eventually you're not really playing for the gameplay anymore. what you're playing for is for unlocking the next thing. You're playing it for routine, and more so when you're playing like PvP games, players versus players, and multiplayer shooting each other and all that. You're playing to win. And that kind of experience would very much define my evenings when I'd get back from school. And the issue with that is sometimes my days would just end miserably because maybe I had a rubbish few matches and all that kind of stuff. Sometimes I'd end the night being like, okay, there we go. That was some good matches I had there. We can go to bed happy now. This would have been maybe around 2013 and the like, or something like that, because it was before I came across Hotline Miami, at least. But I remember making like that one mature decision, like the first mature decision of my life. I was like, there we go. So going back to at least Call of Duty mainly, yeah, it got to a point where I just kind of, I think I had like a crappy evening on Call of Duty, and I just kind of took a moment to realize how much I was hating this. And I had like that talk with myself, as you do, and just kind of had this realization of, dude, I am really not enjoying playing these games. Like, it's just it's literally just become this borderline addiction for me to just get home from school, and how I'm spending my free time when I get back is, well, getting angry at Call of Duty all the time. So I made the mature decision to stop playing Call of Duty for the longest time, and I think it was around that time that I got myself, one day I got a PlayStation Vita, and that thing was awesome because this thing hosted so many good indie games, man. And it was before I really, Little Big Planet I spent so much time on as well. That was so worthwhile. But yeah, it also introduced me to other games, like, off the top of my head, there was Sound Shapes. That's one of my favorite games ever, and I'm probably never gonna get to play it again, man. So the idea with Sound Shapes was it was a platformer, but not only that, it was kind of like Little Big Planet, but its twist was each of the levels was made out of music, if that makes sense. Like, I'll show you. And not only that, you could make your own levels with your own little, like, miniature soundtracks as well. It was the coolest thing. I promise this is all gonna come around to Hotline Miami. I promise you. In fact, my plan today is to play through both of the games, because I am very much capable of that. And then we'll explore some level editor stuff, and then, like, the whole lot. I have so much to talk about with Hotline Miami, but this is just the build-up to how I discovered the game. And Sound Shapes was, like, just one of the stepping stones for that, man.
With some music, and then we'll play through the level. So, let's get to it. Alright, so just sound.
So the idea was, in the level editor,
Alright, let's do this. So,
you could like completely kit out. Like, it was like when you're playing. Remember when you had a keyboard and you could play with like all the different sounds and all that kind of stuff? That is very much what this game was in level editor form. It was amazing.
Start a little minimal here.
And then sadly they they shut the thing down, just like Little Big Planet, basically. All the custom levels that were put up on the cloud, they don't exist anymore, and that is so sad. That is so goddamn sad. But no, that was another one of those games. So that was one of the games on the PlayStation Vita that kind of started to rope me back into indie games again. It was the same with another game. What was it? Lone Survivor. This was like the indie game era, bro. Curve games, that'll do, because they don't put stupid little watermarks on their thing. Yeah, Lone Survivor was amazing because it was kind of like your... Lone Survivor was a mix between Resident Evil and Silent Hill. if they made it like a side-scrolling thing, and it was like one of these really personal stories as well. Very metaphorical and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, no, and again, this is on Steam. I highly recommend it. In fact, the guy who made this remastered it not too long ago. I think it was like last year, 2 years ago, or something like that. So it's like just hella polished these days. What else? Oh, there was Gravity Crash. It was like a space exploration, fly a ship around, rescue little spaceman, and just shoot pew pew at things and all that kind of stuff. The particles in this game was great as well. Let's see. Yeah, show us some gameplay of this. I wish this was on Steam. It was your very classic neon colors sort of thing. Glowing particles and oh yeah, you can fly around. Oh, it also reminds me of what else? I'm going off on a whole side tangent here, but Pixel Junk Shooter. The cool thing about this game is it had like physical like elements you can interact with, so like flowing water and lava and all that kind of stuff. I'll do a couple more. What else was on the PlayStation Vita that was really, really good? Oh, Titan Souls is such a cool idea. Oh my god. This was one of the games that was inspired by Hotline Miami, actually. And then there's like just other stuff like, what was it? Nuclear Throne, The Binding of Isaac, Retro City Rampage as well. Dude, yeah, I could show you all of these, but it would take so long, but you get the idea. It dragged me back into unique games before I even really understood the term indie games. And that was basically just through, so one day I was just browsing the PlayStation Store and came across Hotline Miami. And I think the only reason for that was because of PlayStation Plus, like that thing where you could try out some games for free, but only for a certain amount of time if you like paid a subscription thing for it. It's like all I really had to go off was like images like this, and because it was the PlayStation version, they were also showing off like one of the unique masks that turned everything black and white, where all the blood was red in that. But I didn't really understand that. I was just looking at the thing. It looked like a very trippy and violent game, and that was enough for me to be intrigued, but not enough for me to buy it. At least not until I just gave the game a shot myself, and I had no idea that the premise of this game was going to be everything dies in one hit, including yourself. And well, it hypnotized me, man. And by the time my demo thing of the game ran out, I needed it back. I was like, I want this game back. This is so goddamn fun. So yeah, got the game, played the fuck out of it some more. I think it got to a point where it was the only game I was playing. This was, before I knew it, just my favorite game to play. I think it was keeping me off of, like, the Xbox at the time as well as like the PlayStation 2 and all that. I was just hooked on the PlayStation Vita, playing Hotline Miami. And I don't know, I could beat half of the game on the bus journey over to school, and then I could finish the game on the bus journey back. Like, I was getting that good at it. I was just speed running the game without like the intent of getting like high speeds or anything. I just loved playing through the game in a variety of different ways, using different masks, different strategies, all that kind of stuff. Especially the story with how vague it was as well, and just really digging into what the fuck is going on here and all that kind of stuff. It was just such a worthwhile time to me, and it changed so much of how I looked at games in general, because it was through Hotline Miami that I discovered the people who made it, being Denaton. There they are, Denaton themselves. And I'm not sure if I'll be able to reliably describe this, but there's something about these two that just feels so human. Something that was just wild for me to see, because typically when you would think of games being developed, you would think of teams or something just kind of big and intimidating looking, just a big crowd of people working in box offices and stuff like that, putting all this code together. And these two were the first example I'd properly seen of just a couple dudes making a game that they wanted to make. And I'm sure they'll be far from the first to ever do that, but they were definitely a first for me to discover. And that was inspiring to me. It was enough for me to like dabble a little bit in like game coding and stuff like that before I discovered that it was fucking difficult to do. It was difficult to do anything that you were looking to do and all that kind of stuff. And what's more was I was just kind of discouraged from doing it at home as well. It was a shame, although maybe for the best, because it's nuts to think, like, it's surprising to me how many game developers kind of don't recommend doing game development. It's like they're proud that they're doing it, and it's something that they wouldn't trade for anything else in the world. But at the same time, they just couldn't find it in themselves to recommend it to people, because it is such a brutal lifestyle. Like, your social life just kind of will be nothing compared to that of the regular person's sort of thing. So, But it was also through Dennaton that I discovered Devolver Digital, and they were also kind of that same sort of vibe, of just being a bunch of caravan people going through life and advertising niche little video games that like people have never seen before. This was basically what Devolver Digital was when they started out. I think there was one time they even rented out like a party, like a bus or something like that to advertise games with as well. But this was generally the kind of thing they do. They would just invite out all the people making their games that they were going to publish, organizing this event for them to just come on out, have a few beers, there's a barbecue going on over there, do some interviews, chill out. That was my boy Dennis as well. Was that him? Go on, where are you? There he is, Dennis Woodine. And it's just such a laid-back experience for everyone involved, and I think that was great. Devolver Digital Devolver Digital was very human at this time, and I think that's just kind of a thing that a lot of people can appreciate, especially these days where things are getting just a little bit too technology and all that. But you get the idea, and I just loved their scrappy approach to advertising. And then even more so was when they introduced to us, was when they started trying out their press conferences. It was like a parody on dodgy business practices in the gaming landscape and all that. It was great. Especially this actress who just delivered her role like a fucking champ, man.
I'd like to thank you for joining me.
And then they would
here
just kind of do like
at the-
this thing where they're just fucking about, and then they'll show a trailer, then they'll fuck about some more, then they'll show a trailer. Dude, Devolver Digital was so unique. Like from around 2017, a few years after that, and then all the times before as well. They've always just been they were the publishers to make the best of like a bad situation sort of thing. And then it wasn't until like they stopped doing these. Devolver have kind of become like every other publisher now, and I think that's a shame, because now like if I go to their channel, like all you'll really get, let's see, Devolver is, I think because of like the people they had on the team at the time, they really had a good eye for standout games. And that was just another big part of what made them great as a whole. But now, they've definitely changed to be a little bit boring these days. There's not many like interesting games they're showing off. I suppose like Baby Steps looks kind of alright. Skate Story looks good. But the rest is just a little bit, I don't know, it's just generic and all that. Tron game that stands out, but they did celebrate their Hotline Miami 2's anniversary though, because I think they kind of know, like, Hotline Miami is very much Devolver's like crowning jewel, and they probably wouldn't be where they are today if it wasn't for that game and Denadon and the whole like. But yeah, just looking at a lot of what's been going on, because there was a Children of the Sun. I really wanted to like that game, and it's all right, but it lacks so much of what could have made this game really cool. I really thought this was going to be one of these really cool games where you take control as a person and you could go like anywhere in the map sort of thing. You could sneak on in, sneak on out, and you're limited to just a rifle with, I think it was one bullet. But what you can do is you can control the bullet in slow motion and all that kind of stuff, and it's such a cool idea. But it turns out it was more like you're just kind of in your set little place, and then you kind of have to approach it a little more like a traditional puzzle sort of thing. It's a good idea, but it's just one of those games that doesn't land enough, you know what I mean? Cult of the Lamb was a big hit for them though, and Cult of the Lamb was like, this is good. They go Carrion as well. That's an awesome game as well. So they still like pick out good. There's still like good games in there, but for the most part, it's like just kind of uninteresting, generic stuff that's maybe just a little bit safe. Like the Plucky Squire seems to stand out a bit, but there's something about it that just I don't know. Angerfoot was alright actually. But compare that to when you go back. So what we do here is go back. Let's say we started. So of course Hotline Miami. Then we had Luftrausers. Then we had the Duke Nukem. And then we had Shadow Warrior. And then there was this Shadow Warrior. This game was great. And then there was, let's see, Gods Will Be Watching. That was it's like a point and click, but it's so tense because like it always puts you in like these stressful situations to figure out, and you're always kind of scraping by each one of them. It's so cool. And then let's see, I mentioned Luftrausers. Then there was Broforce as well. Let's see. We had, oh my god, Heavy Bullets. And it was so hitchy as well, because like it was almost like a tactical game in a sense. You had to kind of really watch your corners and stuff like that, because each of the enemies, they would hide in bushes, and then like whenever you'd like turn a corner, let's see if we can like, there we go, and then like things would just come out of nowhere, and oh my god. Plus it was probably very inspired by like Hotline Miami's aesthetic as well. And then it was around that time that they were starting to show off Hotline Miami 2 as well. And we'll get into that in a little bit. What else? The level editor. I'll never forget how I felt when they told us the level editor was coming. Now that was something else. And then there was, oh my god, so then there was like Ollie Ollie. People really liked Talos Principle. I didn't care for it much, but again, it was another good game. Let's see. Enter the Gungeon as well. I forgot about that. And then, I wish they could finish Noct, but they never did. That sucks, man, because Noct was a cool idea. And then we were seeing Ronin. Ronin was cool because this was like where the Hotline Miami influence was really coming in. Not a Hero as well. That was like side-scrolling Hotline Miami. And then what else did we have? Mother Russia Bleeds, man. That was a brutal beat 'em up game. I love it. Then Shadow Warrior 2 was coming. You know what I mean? Dropsy, Ollie Ollie 2. Any other ones that like oh my god, Downwell as well. So you get the idea. There were so many interesting games that came out around this time. And I think these days, yeah, there's definitely sort of a lack of inspiration going on with them. I think it's just because now that they've gone a bit more big business sort of thing, a little more corporate. I know I'm such a fucking hipster. Because what is it? I think the most hands-on thing that they do is... Let's see if I can find it. Behind the Schemes. And it's basically where they like traditionally interview the developers, get a little taste of what it is that they do in their day-to-day lives and stuff like that. Which is fine, it's just... I think ever since this guy came along, Devolver just kind of started going a little bit more down the business route, rather than being some scrappy guys who would like rent a bus just so they could get the word out there, or like a bunker, or a or a fucking trailer park, that sort of thing. They're not quite... They don't do it like they used to. They don't really do it like they used to anymore.
With Never. When Gris was released into the world, what was the impact?
You see what I mean? He's kind of like your typical CEO like guy who's like trying to be quirky and look at the audience and be like, "Ah, this is so goofy gaggy." You know what I mean? Yeah, no, it's not as laid back as it used to be anymore. But back in the day, yeah, I used to be a hardcore Dennaton and Devolver fan, and hopefully you can see why. And again, this is like mainly how I got to know the two guys in Dennaton as well. Dennis Woodine over here that would like show up for this sort of stuff quite a lot.
You leave this gorgeous area, you head back home to continue work on it. What's the roadmap for the next few weeks ahead?
1 week of vacation, and then it's just back to work. Six days a week.
Oof.
All week, all hours within 1 day.
You know what I mean? Like,
have you got thoughts
these
about
guys
what
were
you're going to do next
tired,
once
man.
you say goodbye to Hotline Miami?
Yeah.
I guess we kind of...
No.
And that was the other thing as well. They made it quite conclusive that they are ending it with, like, Hotline Miami wise, they were ending it on Hotline Miami 2. They were not going to make Hotline Miami 3. They were quite done with that, especially considering just how much stress they were getting from like the hype and all that kind of stuff. They felt like they announced Hotline Miami 2 just a bit too soon, because that was what was driving the public to get on their case a lot, and it was just stressing them out. So yeah, that was most apparent in this interview as well. I remember this. Yeah, this guy.
So we thought we'd stop.
It's like, I just find it funny that the boys decided, right, we're gonna put this big fucking billboard up to just say, look, for the interviewers, can you please just not ask us these questions? And made it so fucking obvious. And in this very interview as well.
The Dennaton boys at 12 o'clock, and that would be enough for them to wake up.
Dennis looking tired as ever.
Up, not quite done with breakfast. Why don't we just go through from top to bottom?
You see what I mean? And then they just went straight to... So why don't we just ask you every single one of these questions that you don't want us to ask you?
Love hard games.
Isn't it a bit violent?
Yeah,
Do you like hurting people?
only in games.
Only games. Where is the
Oh,
third part?
bless him, man. He's enduring this so much.
Why do you call it a sequel when it's pretty much the same? Sorry about that.
We want to.
Which story is the true story?
Ooh, you see that, bro? You see that little fucking I want to kill this guy right now face? You see what I mean? Dennaton were having the worst time doing this, and I can only imagine it'll have something to do with why it was always Dennis who would do the interviews and not Jonathan, because Jonathan hates speaking to people, and you can see it when Jonathan does like his few interviews, and it's all the more obvious when you look at my poor boy Dennis being like. But I think even like then, when I was like looking into all this stuff, it gave me so much perspective on what it was actually like to be these guys a little bit. Like, let me think, fucking.
Hey, you're really invested in this interview.
Mainly
You brought a
because of this
computer to
fucking
check Twitter while
guy,
you do it.
man. Like,
Yeah.
No,
I
you
don't
came to
like
show
him.
us the level editor. What's all happening now?
This is like one of the few
so
guys in
the fans have been
IGN
talking
that
about this
really
for, like, since
bothered
day
me.
one.
Like his
Yeah.
reviews weren't
Came
very
out
good
that
as well
we
back
can
in the
make an
day.
editor for them.
But then watching him
And,
interview
yeah, it
my
took,
boy Dennis and
until
being
now
like,
to
let's
make
see.
it, like,
Oh, show me
user-friendly.
how.
You wanna try it? So
It's
you
the most
play
replayed
level?
one.
It'd be pretty embarrassing if you died in your own game. Just saying, they're just putting it out there.
What?
No pressure. Just saying.
If I die?
Wanna do that?
It's like the
it's
guy's
not
trying to
very
be
hard.
quirky and all that, but
teams
he's
that can
just kind of
operate
coming
it,
off as
like-
an
Our creation tools in Hotline Miami
No, it's
are
just me
so
from the team.
easy. Only I can make them.
Yeah.
A great selling point for your
Oh, the cringe, you know what I mean? But not only that, what was it? Dennis said,
New
I
edition
remember
of the game.
Dennis saying at
So,
some point, was like, I was just told to
were
come up
you-
here and talk.
I know
by
you
the
don't
way."
you don't ever make a game. Oh,
There it
okay,
is.
okay.
There's this little bit where Greg just look at his face, man. He's so hostile, bro. So my boy was just kind of saying, I wasn't really required to show off the level editor. I was just kind of asked to come up and talk, but I thought I'd just try this as a bonus. And my boy looking at him just goes,
This is
So
kind
why
of a
did you
bonus.
even do this?
Yeah, this
Why
is a
did you?
bonus. It's a
Oh.
bonus.
You see what I mean? It's like interviews must have been such a shitty thing to do, man. Not because of the idea of interviews themselves, but because of the amount of people who must be so fucking obnoxious to work with in an interview that you're just there, that you just kind of sat there stiff, self-conscious, just trying to endure the fucking thing. It's, oh my god. Yeah, fucking hell. But, yeah, now with all that being said, I think that's just about everything that I can really bring up just now. So my plan today, yeah, is... Oh my god, shall I go into that actually? Okay, yeah, now one more thing. One more thing. I'm sorry, but one more thing. Now, because I've been playing these games for like 10 years and the like, yeah, I've got all of the achievements for both of the games. But not only that, I may have just about 500 hours in the second game. Yeah. Mainly because of the workshop content. So, like, this game has, like, taken up so much of my time because I just love playing it, man. And not only that, it is probably the most played game in my entire Steam library. I kid you not. Let's just untick that just to prove it. Yeah, like... Alongside The Binding of Isaac and Madness Combat, which is also just very Hotline Miami-esque. You know what I mean. I may be one of the biggest fans out there of fucking Hotline Miami, and it hurts, man. It really hurts. So, because of that, I just want to show you guys something real quick. I'm gonna show you guys something just real quick before I just bust open the game right here. Let's see. Oh, Markiplier played this. You know what? Yeah, this is perfect. This'll do. Oh gosh, that's loud again. Right, let's say we just click on a random bit of the game. This'll do. So what level is he playing through here? Is that the one with like the L-shaped room that's downstairs or something?
Oh, I like the music in this game. It's very elegant.
Isn't this the first level? No, this is the second.
I do appreciate a game with a good soundtrack.
You know what this'll
I mean, if
do?
it can't be graphically
So-
expertised, then why don't you suck on some dicks?
Okay, calm down. Right. So the first thing I want to draw attention to is just pay attention to how Markiplier plays this game. Because this is going to be representative of how all of us played Hotline Miami in the beginning. I want you to notice the sort of touchy movement, the sort of hesitation, the way he kind of builds himself up to each individual kill in the game. You see what I mean? He's just kind of waiting a little bit. He's just kind of holding back. That sort of thing. There's a lot of start and stop. And more importantly is the hesitation. You see what I mean? The hesitation, the running back, that sort of thing. Right? You got that? Okay. Now I want you to bear that in mind. Just bear that in mind. Right, okay, so what level was he playing through there? That one, no talk. So, just picture that in your mind. How did Markiplier play this game? And just keep that in your mind. That all that hesitation, all that holding back, that sort of thing. All of that. Celebrating every individual kill. Everything that slowed him down in the process. And I'm done. Yeah, I'm pretty good at this game. And that is very much what the gameplay of Hotline Miami is capable of. It's what the game wants you to do, and it feels so different from any game at the time, at the very least, because now there's so many games that are trying to capture this feeling. And I feel like even to this day, it hasn't quite been nailed yet to the same extent that Hotline Miami does it. I would love to see a game pretty much do exactly this again, with like just some kind of overhaul, but we'll talk about that later, because now we're just gonna play through the games. So I think for the most part, I'm not gonna talk about the story too much, because there's so many videos that cover like what people perceive the story to be and all that, and that's the point. The story is vague, and it allows so many different people to come up with so many different theories on what the story is. I've got my own theories and all that, but mainly I'm just going to talk about why I love these two games, man. Anything that catches my attention, and I'm just gonna bring it to light, because this game shines in so many ways, and we're gonna talk about why. Like, for a start, like straight off the bat right now, and it's not the most prominent here, but the first thing that I really love about Hotline Miami is just the attention to detail. All of the nods to different little things. Like right here we got like a little pixelated Nintendo Entertainment System and NES sort of thing. And then we've got like, there's going to be so many different references to different stuff that the devs just kind of grew up on as well. Like I wouldn't be surprised if like this little symbol on the back of this shirt here, or this shirt here would be like just a reference to something. And that's very much what I'm just going to be pointing out as we go along. And then the obvious thing comes to mind. This game is visceral. There are so many different like sprites just to represent like all the different corpses you can make in this game, and we'll explore that in like some of the later levels as well. Because it all like adds to this whole thing that Hotline Miami is doing in general to draw you into the experience that it provides. It is very much something that I've never seen done in any other game. And there's a lot in this game I just love to look at as well. Like, any game that is like as vivid as this, anything that can melt my eyes and be an absolute trip like we're seeing right now, is just something that I am a sucker for, man. Hotline Miami does this amazing contrast between looking so pretty and sparkly and that sort of thing, and then injecting it with all this graphic detail as well. It's like this it's such a classic clash, if you know what I mean. And it's a part of what makes Hotline Miami as a whole just so trippy, man. And then there's like all the places we visit with like all this. It's like looking at the real world through this retro pixelated style, and I really like that. But not only that, so gosh, like if I just talk to this guy for a start. So another one of the main things that Hotline Miami does is the developers take the people that they know and they incorporate them into the game somehow. And this guy right here, like
one of the projects that came our way through an indie pitch.
Mike Wilson, one of the Devolver Digital guys, but I'm looking for
Cactus.
They just went online to make games.
the two boys themselves.
Like,
We're actually well into
Nigel Lowry. Nigel Lowry is definitely one of my favorite dudes in Devolver Digital as well. He's just another one of those really human, laid-back guys who just wanted to find good games and show them to the world, and it's a big part of what I'm trying to do as well with my main channel. I want to dig up games that people have never seen before that will just rattle your expectations on what computer games could do. That sort of thing.
oh shit.
There he is. Oh my god, how do I pronounce that? Nicholas Ackerblood or something? I don't know. But so this is the guy who well, Nicholas over here is this guy. He is directly been dropped into the story of Hotline Miami as a fictional character. Again, it's just like these little nods to people that they know. And this is also the guy who was responsible for, he's basically one of the dev team's closest friends. Which again just makes it more meaningful, you know, to communicate. So he did most of the promotional art, so that being the front covers of both of the games, and then maybe a couple more things relating to Hotline Miami's promotional art, that being. So he was responsible for these two covers for sure, and then probably a few other things, but I am not certain what. But yeah, he's the guy who made these. I don't know if he did any of the music, because he seems to do music as well. So he also did some of the music for the game as well. He did the track that plays when you get to see him. Yeah, so he is the artist he's the promotional artist for the games, and he also did one of the tracks in this part of the game as well. So whenever you go to see him, you listen to what's it called, like Daesuk or something like that. I don't know how to pronounce it for sure, but you get the idea. I love that not only did they like nod to him, Dennaton gave a nod to just about everyone that they knew at the time, and that includes this guy right here. Who is this guy? Well, I'm glad you asked, because this is also the main protagonist to Lone Survivor. And the guy who made this the main guy who made this game was Jasper Byrne. And he is also one of the guys who does music for Hotline Miami. You see what I mean? It's like, it is the sheer amount of connections and references and nods to just things and people that the devs know that just help drive so much soul into Hotline Miami as a whole. And I love that. And a lot of the story lies in the details, so you have to read into like everything that you see to kind of piece together what's going on, what our character that we play as is like, how the world is changing around us and all that kind of stuff. It all reflects in the details that you find throughout the game. It's genius. Things like the soundtrack are just otherworldly as well. It really draws you into the whole atmosphere that Hotline Miami is going for. Just that beauty and like the track that's playing right now and everything. This is one of my favorite tracks in the game, that end screen track. Take moments to like show it to you guys as we go as well. And then again, we just got like more folk here, and these won't be like randomly designed NPCs. These will be references to people that Dennaton knows. And I think that's so charming. Okay. And then speaking of detail, so one thing that one thing that I love about Hotline Miami is how they convey the characters you're playing as, and you can learn it through the gameplay itself. Jacket, the guy that we're playing as, is such a cruel character. He does things within the gameplay mechanics that are so brutally cruel that it expresses that he's definitely... This is an angry motherfucker, man. And it all shows through his gameplay. And I love that Hotline Miami does that. They put you in the shoes of a character who will not hesitate to do these things. Especially that classic wee thing that you do as well. Like, let's see if we can do it now. Nah, probably not. I'll do it to this guy. Especially with the baseball bat is the most iconic way to fucking do it. Just the fucking 1, 2, 3 is fucking unhinged, and I love it. And that's another thing about the levels as well. Like, I like how detailed they all are as well. Like, just there's so much things to look at in the whole but also throughout the game you're always introduced to like these one-off things that happen in levels. Like, this is the one level where you'll get to shoot through walls, and then later on it'll be something else, and then later on it'll be something else, and it's like, and we'll get to see that. We'll get to see that as we go on. And then again, like, just the reference stuff, like, so what have we got? Like, these vinyl records with their album covers as well. And I would not be surprised if these album covers specifically are just pixelated versions of the real life covers as well. Not that I know for sure, but I would not be surprised in the slightest, because that's just another one of those things that Hotline Miami does in spades. Like, right here, you can see there's a Ninja Turtle on the floor here. It's great. Oh, it's so great. And then the same applies plot-wise to like this guy that we've got strapped in a chair here who's sitting dead. So there's no way for me to show this, so I just have to explain it. So the first time you play through Hotline Miami, you'll spot that this guy is wearing a mask. And then that's when the story itself starts to really kick in, and it starts to tell you one of the first things, and that is you're not just some guy wearing masks going to addresses and killing people on your own. There's other people like this. And then that's when the plot just starts to thicken through the details of the game itself, not through what's being told to you. And if there's one thing that I remember about playing through Hotline Miami for the first time, is I took no notice to this kind of stuff. Especially when it comes to... Let's see. Especially when it comes to, like, speaking to characters and that, I would never really spend my time reading through all of this, because I've expressed it in the past. I'm not the biggest fan of speech bubbles in stories. I never really engaged with them. And it was no exception back then. But the thing that Hotline Miami does is it kind of does this thing where it lets you have the game the first time around. It's a game that understands that you're just here to play it and nothing much more. Until it starts adding additional things that happen in the story that just confuse the fuck out of you and make you wonder, in the most natural sense, what's actually going on here. And I'll bring it up when we start to spot it. But then, yeah, once again, like the video store, and you'll see like all the movie cases and stuff, which again, I would not be surprised if these are just references to something. Because none of it really looks too familiar to me, but maybe that little red one is kind of ringing a bell for me somehow. Like I've seen something like this before. It's hard to tell because it's just like 4x8 pixel covers, but you know what I mean. And then again, we got like someone over here who Denaton probably knows, just here sitting playing NES. There's so much to take in. So much to the point that like you'll never notice it your first time around. Even 10 years on, there's like still new stuff that'll kind of pick up about the game, because it's not just the stuff that you see in front of you, it's the way things change, it's the way in which stuff emerges throughout the story that kind of just gives you more context on stuff that you will have definitely missed going through this game. And then once again, we're just doing this whole routine thing again. Is that the first time I died? That's probably the first time I died. Oh wait, no, I died once before. But here's probably where we're going to start to get a taste of what I'm talking about with like repetitiveness and that. This is a game that will kill you a lot. Typically. Not me. I'm pretty decent at the game, so I'm not going to die that much, but there'll still be moments where I just kind of die over and over again. And that kind of just plays into this whole repetitive thing that's going on. Doing things again and again and again. And it's the same with the soundtrack, it's the same with the story. That routine of going over and over and over and doing this same thing again. I kind of appreciate this game's tendency to sort of discourage you from using guns as well. This is a game where you seem to benefit the most through closing the gap and using a melee weapon. Like so. Because the AI in this game is very quick. They'll react to you very fast, and also you can't sneak up behind them or anything like that. They're very much like arcade enemies, where they're not the smartest. They only they'll either patrol like they're doing here, or they'll stand statically until they see you, or they'll just wander around random directions until they get a whiff of you. And that's all a part again of what it's again all a part of what sort of encourages you to start playing reckless, because the faster you play, the more confused the AI seem to get, and they don't know how to react to you. And then the more you get familiar with what it is that you're actually supposed to do with the mechanics, the more you just start to kind of weave together this fast-paced aggressiveness sort of thing. And like you just saw there, these guys will react to you fast. So the idea is, if you play slowly and hesitate and peek corners and that sort of thing, eventually they're just gonna, catch on and take you out. But the more you just kind of play like a madman and throw caution to the wind, you'll just string together combos and it feels great. And there you go, it's over. The more you rush the AI, the more you have a chance to gain an edge. And that is what makes Hotline Miami's gameplay so unique. It makes you so fragile, and yet ironically, it benefits you the most when you forget about how fragile you are. And then because I know all the tricks, sometimes you'll be introduced to a boss fight and the idea is to knock him down 3 times before he gives up. But because I know all the tricks, I can just shortcut him and then it's over. There's a thing about Hotline Miami's bosses that I kind of like. I didn't care for it much to begin with, but there is this nice little simplicity where bosses act more like these one-off enemy types. And then this is probably the first instance where something different will happen in the story. All this time we've been doing the same thing over and over and over again. But then sometimes the game will halt you and give you something different that happens in the story, and it catches your attention quite a bit. But maybe for the first time player, you still just kind of don't care, so you just kind of move on. Oh, and then this is probably my favorite part of the game when it comes to references and stuff. because there's just a couple of these folk that I actually recognize. So this is probably one of the most apparent places where you're going to see like all these different people, and again, they're based off of real people. For example, right here we've got Moon, and he's another one of the music guys for the game. He does most of the levels tracks. And then there's this guy over here. There's Nigel Lowry, as I was talking about earlier, one of the Devolver guys. And I love that they throw in all of these pointers like this. And again, we've got Nicholas over here. What's he doing here? Why is he everywhere? No one has that many jobs, you know. And then it's at this point where you just kind of start to notice all the different things that are going on, and then you're pulled into this room again. And then this is typically like the part of the game that just kind of starts interacting with you, the player, rather than the guy you're playing as, sort of thing. And as much as they sort of play a role in the story itself, this is the main thing that Hotline Miami's story does in both of the games. There's all the fictional stuff going on in one hand, and then there's all the metaphorical stuff that's going on in the next. And this is the most prominent part where that happens. This is probably the first time where the game really puts you as a person on the spot, and that comes with these main questions or this next question that the game asks you. And that is, do you like hurting other people? So this question has become such a meme these days, but at the same time, at least for the time that the game came out, this was like probably one of the first games to legitimately kind of put you on the spot and ask you why you like to engage with games like this in the first place. Because I think like what most people's answer to this is going to be like, of course, I don't like hurting other people or anything like that. That typical denial that you're going to get from most people. Because I think like during this time, a lot of games just kind of conditioned us to expect to feel good when playing violent games and the whole like. It's not asking you if you would go out and actually kill people in your own volition, sort of thing. It's asking you about how you feel playing a game like this. It puts you in a position where you really wouldn't be playing this game unless you were, well, having a good time doing it at the very least. Because I won't pretend that I'm above it all. And this was probably one of the first games to just kind of make me understand that a little bit. Is, yes, in a computer game, I do kind of like hurting other people. And it's one of those things that I would never initially think about, but this is a game that makes you think about it. It makes you confront yourself a little bit and wonder why it is that you like this so much. And I think that is a very good position for the story to kind of put you in. Hotline Miami is very much a game about itself, namely the gameplay, on a metaphorical sense. And then the rest is basically just kind of pushing you, testing you to see how much you really know of what's going on in the story itself. I also think it's quite refreshing that Hotline Miami approaches violence in the way it does, because there was plenty of games that were really just feel-good games when it comes to being violent in the gameplay. A lot of games will really just kind of give you a pat on the back and make sure you feel good doing whatever it is that you're doing. And I think it would mostly kind of do that just in fear of like scaring the audience away. It always wants to make you feel wanted. While Hotline Miami was definitely just not really afraid to just be like, you're a bit of a sick fuck, aren't you? Why do you feel so good playing this game? And I think all the more, it's not that it really wants you to make you feel that bad playing the game. It still understands that it's just a fun game to play. But it just wants you to think about that a little bit. It just kind of wants you to confront yourself and why. I think it comes to like the sort of anticlimactic answer, at least for me, is it's just fun. It's just a fun feeling. And that is kind of it's quite a disturbing thing to have to face about myself. Especially back then when a lot of the games that I was playing were directly violent games. That being the likes of The Warriors, Manhunt, what other games were there that were just a little bit out there with violence. Games like Blood Rain, where you play as a vampire and you can just blend people to bits, and even to this day I still like games like that. But I think one refreshing thing that I've found about myself is in my older age I've found myself gravitating more towards platformers like Sonic the Hedgehog and stuff like that. More lighthearted stuff, and it's something that, well, look, I'm not going to pretend that I'm above it all and be like, I don't like violent games as much as I used to anymore, because the truth is, I still like violent games. Like, it's like when Carrion came out and I'm just there like, yeah, let me play as a brutal monster and tear people apart. I'm still just kind of relieved to learn about myself that I have been gravitating a lot more towards lighthearted stuff. Though it has been fun to like see in like other people's videos about Hotline Miami, like retrospectives and stuff, all of the different responses that people have had to that question. And it is another detail, what do you know? But it is just another one of these things that really make Hotline Miami's story stand out, is the way that it seems to interact with different people. Different people are going to have different answers to that question, and I think that's really cool. There's such a psychology behind this game. And then this is probably like one of my favorite parts of the story, is not so much what the bigger picture is. I think I like to focus more on like the characters in that and what's going on with like the reoccurring people in Jacket's life, and more like Jacket himself, is the relationship between these two characters and how it changes, how it evolves throughout the story. So this is like the first time we're kind of seeing her up and about, and she's like locked herself in the bathroom and she looks a bit anxious. She's tapping at the sink and all that, kind of doing that thing where she's looking at the door. There's this anxiety going on. I think in the earlier days I was a little more invested in the organization of 50 Blessings and all that kind of stuff. Who's the big bad guys and all that. While these days I'm a little more into the kind of people that all of these characters are, where their motivations are coming from and how they express that and all that kind of stuff. It really is just one of those very specifically told stories that just allow so many people to project onto it. It's a very projectable story. And I think that's a part of what really adds to this game's replay value as well. Oh, I just noticed this is my favorite level. So we can actually explore some of the masks as well. But I guess first things first. What was I saying? Projectable story and all that. And it all just kind of plays into the replay value as well. Because while there's like plenty of strategies that you can like experiment with, different approaches that you can like go with around the levels and all that, but there's also this replay value that is injected into the story as well, because there's so little that is told to you, and it's enough to kind of get you to come back and play it again and see what more you can figure out that you may have missed and all that kind of stuff. There's a lot to get out of Hotline Miami, whether that is you're here for the story, the vibe, the music, the gameplay, the speedruns, the scores, the high scores, all that kind of stuff. There's a lot to get out of this game. And it's all the more what just makes it so impressive, considering how, I guess minimal. I don't like, there's something about me that doesn't like to associate this game with minimal, considering that reputation that word is kind of given itself. But it's true. It is just such a minimal game. It's been made by just 2 people, and then among like just other folk who've kind of pitched in a hand, like with the music and the advertising and all that. But essentially, when it all comes down to it, 2 people made this game. This game was running off a nothing budget. And it's just so impressive that you can get so much out of the very little that Hotline Miami came from. It kind of goes to show that you really don't need a big budget like AAA games had at the time. And especially now, you don't need that much to make a game that is going to just connect with people to such a level. And it was just made by a couple of dudes. I find it very inspiring. Very inspiring. Especially because I think there's so much in this game that reflects the humanity that went into making this game as well. So I think what we're going to do is, yeah, we'll explore some of the masks in here as well. Because again, the masks are a big part of the metaphor as well, the whole idea of the violence that you're engaging in, and especially the state of mind that it puts you in. So I've not really gotten to a point that makes me feel that way yet, and that's only because, again, I've beaten this game umpteen number of times. But I just love what this game also does to you on a psychological level. So right, I guess we'll like just explore some of these. I'll bring up like some of my favorite masks in the whole like, and we can talk about it. So yeah, the idea is like all the different masks kind of give you different little perks and stuff to work with throughout the game, and it's another thing that just kind of injects a little bit of replay value into the game as well. So if I'm just to start off with, gosh, I don't know, Tony the Tiger. So for example, this mask will give you like killing punches and also make your finishers like really, really quick, so you can just drop people with just your fists. You can also punch dogs now and that sort of thing. Because what is it? I've seen in interviews Dennis say that this is like one of the most, this mask was just a little bit too overpowered, so they nerfed it in the next game. And I don't know how much I really agree with that. I suppose I see what you mean, especially since you can like pick up guns and stuff like that. And what is it? The need for melee weapons now is like just gone. So yeah, I suppose I can see what they're saying. To a degree. It's not that overpowered though. And then let's see what other, and then there's like some of my favorites. Like there's something I do kind of like about Donjon. I don't know how to pronounce the name, so I'm just gonna say that. But this mask also has killing doors, so yeah, you can just kill people with doors. And I also like that it makes like just that corpse of just a guy and his head being at a 90-degree angle. That sort of thing. And then there's probably some of the more out there masks. So let's see. Like Oscar. He like just makes the game difficult for you by making the level like so dark. This red flashing thing. I beat the whole game like this, by the way. You better believe I have played through this entire game with the hardest masks. Like, there was also Nigel over here. And he reverses your control. So now walking up is walking down, walking left is walking right. The only thing that's consistent is like where you aim, but otherwise, yeah, you're just walking reversed. And this will probably make me look like a first-time player. Let's see. Hold on, if I... Oh, I can't. Oh, I can't. I'm useless with this mask. Oh, I'm rusty as fuck. Come on, there you go. Veterans of this game will know exactly what I'm going through right now. There you go. Guns seem to make it a little bit simpler. Oh my god. Go on, clear the floor. Yeah, this makes me look like such a noob. There we go, I cleared the floor with this guy. I'm not bringing back those memories. And then let's see. Oh, Carl's one of my favorites, man. This one just starts you off with a drill. And it doesn't do like, you can't kill people by whacking people with it, but... Hold on. The finisher for it is brutal as hell, man. I love this mask. There's a fan comic about the... We'll explore that later. So was it the guy that you find this mask on? There was a fan comic made about him, and it was made canon as well. I'll talk about that more when we get there. But it's another thing that I just love about Dennaton as a whole. They were so interactive with the community back then. Before they were just kind of bullied into silence. And then we've got Brandon, who makes you walk his like so bloomin' fast. Great melee mask. I'm getting the hang of it. Let's see. Yeah, no, you can just close gaps with this guy. In fact, a knife would work best with this guy because it's so quick. There you go. Yeah, nah, then it's just over. Yeah, there's no need to do any throwing or anything like that. You could just rush your way through all of the levels with something that's fast enough, and you'll be fine. I kind of want to do it now. But you see what I mean? Each of the masks kind of give you like... They're like little mutators sort of thing. And they do just kind of give you nice little reasons to just go back and play through the game again, trying all these different things. I think one of my favorite masks just for looks is the Louis mask. I love that it's kind of bloodied up and stuff. It's a very intimidating looking mask. And the idea, yeah, is it's supposed to delay when bad guys notice you. So I can probably close that gap with a little finesse without the guy noticing me. And then again, now that I'm looking at it, so this is like the only level that lets you play with a crowbar. And again, that's brutal. That's fucking... It's so visceral, man. I love it. This game is artistically violent in a way that I've never seen in any other games. And I think we'll explore that in this level. I think this will be where I can talk about that more. But yeah, now all the masks, man, they're awesome. And then there's like Richter as well. He starts with a silenced Uzi. And then I mentioned earlier, yeah, there's one mask that it was like PlayStation exclusive. It was a bull mask. And it would change your vision, kind of like Oscar would, the mole mask. And what it would do is it would basically change the color palette to black and white. And the only thing that you would see in color is anything that's red. So with the amount of blood in this game, yeah, again, it's just an artistic look, man. There's just so many fun little ideas in these masks. I think Charlie looks pretty good as well. Yeah, this is quite a wild looking quite a wild looking mask. I can't speak right now. I need to eat soon, that's what it is. Once I've had something to eat, I'll be fine. But yeah, you see what I mean. Right, okay, we'll get on with this. We'll get on with it. Let's go. And I think for like newer players and the like as well, that sense of frustration is really supposed to kick in as well. Now, in my case, I'm really just not that fussed about when I die in this game because you can respawn so instantly. So instantly. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. But it's once like all of this feeling kind of starts to work in unison is when you find yourself truly hypnotized by what the game does. The colors, the music, the over and over and over again. The sounds, the waviness specifically as well. Especially the way, like, you'll notice how when you move around, there's this swaying thing that the level is doing. It never stays, like, straight on. Like, if I'm to try and line up part of the level with the edge of the screen, you'll notice, no, it's like slanted, it's a bit squint, it's a bit off-handed and all that. And it all plays into this complete fever dream of an experience until it all just kind of goes quiet the moment you beat the level. And this is basically where the violence of the game really kicks in and forces you to notice what you did. Because I couldn't tell you how I beat this level. I just can't recall it. But the way in which the gore kind of settles by the end of the game, it can tell you exactly what you did. Because every corpse that you create is all dependent on the weapon you killed them with. It's all dependent on what direction you attacked them from, and the whole like. And this is the most impactful thing that Hotline Miami does. Because if I'm to go into it right now, like, you can literally go detective on this shit. So, for a start, I probably came in and whacked this guy maybe with the baseball bat here. And then he went crawling around for a wee while because I noticed that he's on his belly and his head is facing the screen, indicating that I took a blunt weapon to this guy, probably went in here and batted the fuck out of this guy, then came back, noticed this guy was still crawling on the ground, then twisted his head to look at the screen, say cheese. Then I probably came through here, batted this dog, came down here, batted this guy, broke this guy's arm, then came around, and so on. I seem to have done a lot of things with the baseball bat or something like that. That's what I'm noticing. Then I can imagine, based off of this corpse, because he's not got any broken limbs or anything like that, I must have thrown something at this guy and then, hammered his head into the floor. That sort of thing. And it's at this moment when you kind of take a look at it as well, because typically your experience is going to be your walk back to the car and just kind of looking at all of this and being like, huh, this is what I did. And then you'll get into the car and leave and just feel a little bit, you'll feel like you've come down from like a high. But what's more fun is if you actually take the time to like really investigate what you did and it all comes together and it's like, I cannot remember a single thing that I did here. And I love it. Here I must have come in with a shotgun and blew this guy's leg off, blew this guy's head off, that sort of thing. This guy's probably got a few bullets in his chest and the whole like, and I probably knocked this guy down with the door and hammered his head in. You can very accurately piece together what you did. And that is just another thing that is so cool about the game's art and the sprite work and all of the effort that they went through. Because what is it? It's Dennis Wadeen who did all of the pixel art for the game, and I've got to wonder just what kind of toll it took on this guy's mental state to make all of these. It's wild. It really is just... You don't see it. You do not see stuff like this in any game. And then the moment you leave, it just greets you with this well done you. And then you're back into it, just taking in the vibe of the pretty Miami-ness and the neon lights and all that kind of stuff. There's such a bizarre thing that this game does to your brain, bro. And then it all plays through the game's like haziness and all that kind of stuff. I really like the art style because a lot of it is so trippy in the sense that it always kind of gets you squinting at things, trying to work out what they are and piecing together what it is. Because like, what is it? A pizza box is obvious enough, but specifically in like the like all the figures, like facial features, you kind of see it in Jacket as well. That he kind of looks a little bit faceless from this angle. And it's all the more just what kind of gets you to... What just kind of draws you in to Hotline Miami. And you can see again, girls just kind of getting comfortable enough to start using the bath and all that. Been here a little while, the couch is getting a bit fusty, so was the bed. I like that Jacket's got like his little newspaper collection going on here as well. More pizza. Seems to be the primary thing we're eating here. And then again, you pick up the phone, go to the car, and here we go again. Except who's this? This is Dennis Wadeen and his fictional, basically the fictional version of himself, and what is it? Jonathan is also in the game as well. I love that they basically put themselves in the game. And then again, this is like just one of those levels that do something unique, and that is they put you like up against these waiters over here, and they all like carry Uzis and stuff like that. And it's so, and again, it's just a one-time thing. It really helps the game just kind of mix things up throughout the campaign, throughout the story. And it's what really helps each level just kind of stand out from one another. It makes the game memorable. And then because I know all the tricks, because there's like guys at the end of this corridor that's waiting to gun you down, you're supposed to go around them. But I know how to just kind of deal with it. These poor dudes. And then I could go in from this angle and just take them all out from here. But I'll go the intended route as well. There's a reason for it. Namely, Jonathan Soderstrom. Look at him being all creepy and shit watching us. And then I could go in here and just shoot this guy. But again, because I know all the tricks. Bro. I just take this axe and chop his head off instead. Again, it's all these little Easter eggs that really just help drive home the depth of this game. In fact, now I kind of like this bit, because you'll notice, and again, it's stuff that can just go over your head, but you'll notice how much cleaner the apartment starts to look. Which kind of implies that, like, that our girl's kind of been housekeeping a little bit. Or perhaps Jacket's had a little hand in it as well, trying to make the place nicer. Just nicer to stay in and all that. And then I like that Jacket's room is still just a bit dirty in that. It's like the one room that's been untouched, which still kind of embodies this separation going on between the two. But ultimately, he does seem to just be expressing this sense of meaning no harm sort of thing. Just trying to make life a bit easier for her. And again, it all just shows in the details. And then there's like the unique weapons you'll find where you could... And again, Jacket will just utilize some weapons in the cruelest ways. This guy is an angry cunt, and you've got to wonder why. Because there's so little that happens in Hotline Miami for no reason. A lot of it is done with a sense of intent. Ah, now that I'm looking at it as well, there's also this jacket as well that's a reference to one of the game's main inspirations, and that was Drive. Let's see. Yeah, let's go for it. Let's go for it. Oh my god. That'll do. You see what I mean? It's all of the references, man. Endless references. I think that's a Super Meat Boy shirt as well, actually. Which wouldn't be too out of place because... What was it? Super Meat Boy is also a game where you just die over and over and over again. And then other little things that I notice about the levels themselves. I love these extra little details, like this little music setup we've got going on here. Someone in here likes to tinker around with music and shit, and now they're dead now. Probably this guy here. and then again, the game just throws something a bit different at you, where now we're picking up a phone on a mission. So you pick it up, wonder who it is, and it's these like answering calls that you get on your very own answering machine. This is not someone that the gang that we were taking out here knows. Now, this is very much the same organization that's calling you right now on this answering machine. And then it just kind of gives you another puzzle piece in terms of who it is that you're working for. They're instructing you to come to this building here, and then what's going on? What's going on? Just all this stuff that kind of just makes you stop in your tracks for a second and think about what you're seeing here. I think it was around here in my first playthrough that I just kind of started to go, alright, what the fuck have I missed out on here? The story does this thing where it, even if you don't care about it the first time you're playing through, it definitely starts to throw stuff at you that really just captures your undivided attention, whether you like it or not. What's happening? It can't end now, not like this. I'm so close. So close to what? We're never gonna know because my boy just went, hole in one on this guy. And again, Jacket is such a cruel motherfucker. It's moments like that, especially with like the boss fights and that, where Jacket starts to express not only that he's killing out of necessity, he's indulging in it. He is creatively killing people. He is creatively cruel. And it's another one of these things that kind of pops out to at least me, that this guy has some kind of vendetta going on. He hates somebody. Jacket is kind of like the Doomslayer if he was just a guy. Namely like the Doomslayer from 2016. He's just this wordless guy who's so angry about something. And he's taking it all out on like, what is it? Because what is it? With the Doom guy, he's got like the entire demon population, and with fucking And then with fucking jacket, it's the entirety of Russia. And then again, it's just the kind of stuff that just kind of, it's more stuff that's really grasping at your attention. Ultimately starting to make you care a little bit about what's going on in the story. And then when you care about the story, it just kind of refuses to tell you. And there's like these 3 distinct personalities that you're visiting all the time. It's just enough to kind of get you wondering what the message is, what's going on. And then more stuff is happening. Now our girl's sleeping in the same room as us and stuff now. They're like kind of starting to grow closer together. The room is clean now. A few additions to the house, like we've got this tablecloth here. I for the life of me can never figure out what these things are. Because you see them every now and again, and I have no clue. I don't know what the fuck this is. Another little tablecloth. I think this rug is new as well. Maybe. And then you just start to see this place turn into a bit more of a home and the like. It's great. The story is full on in the details. I gotta wonder if, like, at this point as well, that these two just kind of started playing Nintendo together. The 2 controllers and that. Ooh, now that I'm looking at it, actually. Right, okay. So, this guy right here that we're looking at, this is Carl. And Carl is the guy who owns the Locust Mask. So yeah, the community came up. What was it? No, well, someone in the community made a fan comic about this guy. What was it? Let's see if I can dig it up now. Actually, is that basically it? Right, here we go. So some dude, just a part of the community, nothing more, made this fan comic. If I can spot it. Oh wait, never mind. Do I have to like click on it? Is that what I gotta do? Ah, there we go. Yeah, so what is it? So now, this guy's backstory was, what was it? He went to go get his last call. He was a little bit unhinged. Doesn't matter how many blessings you think you have. I have seen your opposite. It's me. So guys basically just kind of starts to think he's invincible or something. I'm a curse. One curse. And there are thousands of me. We will find you in the sin fields and slaughter you. Yeah, dude is just like fucking raving out about something. The guy's just tweaked. And then yeah, now this guy's last actions was I'm gonna come up, take this guy down. Alright, so he bludgeons the guy to death, he comes through, drills a hole in the back of one guy's head. Then he comes across these 3 guys on the dance floor and it's just like, because he thinks he's fucking invincible or something, he's just like, this is my rifle. Dies, bro. And that is not long before we show up to the scene, you know. Danaton themselves discovered that comic, and they decided, you know what? Let's make it canon. Why not? Let's make it that this guy just came in, drilled a hole in this guy's head, came in, went, this my rifle, and died, bro. And it's, oh my god, it's just one of those things that I adore about Danaton as a whole, man. They were just such community people back then. And yeah, thanks to the community combined with the developers themselves, this corpse right here is now a fan favorite, and we don't even see him live, bro. And then here, I remember my first playthrough over 10 years ago. This is when I really felt the need to start reading what was going on in the game, because this was it for me. I was like, okay, that's it. What the fuck is actually going on in this game? And then I remember when I was reading this guy, this is like probably the first time I would properly read through everything this guy had to say to me. He's just like, hey man, I gotta tell you something important. All this is not really happening. Take a look. It's just like... And then I would find, as soon as I read through this shit, I just find myself even more confused. I'm just like, what? Wait, what are you talking about? What the fuck did I miss? Friendly faces are few and far between these days. Just take what you want, my treat. Have a good night, man. See ya. And I'm there like, no, not see you. What the fuck is going on? And I think by the time I beat the game, it was very much what just kind of drove me to play the game again and try and work out what the fuck is happening. Who's this guy in the fucking bathroom and all that kind of stuff. There's just so much that I was just not brushed up on, and it's genius because the game knows it. And I think it's intentional that the very moment that would really capture your attention, they tell you nothing, bro. They tell you nothing but gibberish and confuse you even more. And it's just it's just another one of those things that I really appreciate about Hotline Miami. As much as I come here for the gameplay, primarily, I'm still just, even today, captivated by everything that's going on in the game. Now, these days, I know what's going on, and I know half of the reasons. But you kind of get what I'm saying, where, like, building yourself up to that point is such a weird experience, trying to work out the what's, where's, and why's, and the fucking headache it will give you trying to figure it out as well. And then here is... there's a thing I always tend to do in this level. So now, from this floor, on this floor, you're on a invisible timer. And it doesn't tell you, but the idea is, yeah, after a certain amount of time, the SWAT bust in and just start gunning down everyone left on the floor. And the thing I like to do is see if I can clear the floor before the police get here. And I can do that. I'm very capable of that. This is going to be one of those moments where I prove that yes, I'm a real fan. I keep hitching off of the door. Hold on. I think that's one thing that I notice about Hotline Miami 1 specifically, is there is quite a bit of jank to be found in the game. Sometimes you'll get caught on a wall, or specifically like enemy reactions as well, they're very random. Because the idea is supposed to be that you're supposed to kind of know what to expect from the bad guys, but sometimes they'll react to you, and sometimes... sometimes they'll react to you instantly, and then sometimes they'll take up to like 1.5 seconds to realize you're there. You see what I mean? Like, just there. And it is a part of what makes... it kind of breaks the pacing a little bit sometimes. Is that everyone? I did it. I did it. See? I'm good at this game. Yeah, and I'm done. Another thing that I really like as well is just all the information that's given to you on the end screen. It's used like so aesthetically. There's legitimately been some times, because what is it, when I had my PlayStation Vita, and I'd be playing it on the bus, and I'd have like my wee earphones in and all that kind of stuff, on a cord as well. No wired earphones, they ain't a thing no more. But I just remember sometimes after beating a level, sometimes I would literally just take some time to look at this screen and take in just the track that is playing. Sometimes I just look out the window or something, watch all the stuff scroll by, and just let it capture me, man. It really is just like one of those atmospheres that kind of capture you, just like kind of like the Zelda games for the Nintendo 64 and that. Games that would kind of use the music to draw you in. Because it seems so simple and yet it's just so effective as well. I love it. I love it so damn much. It's one of my favorite games, man. And then I'll notice, like, okay, got like, got some flowers here. Oh, I noticed that that kitchen knife is gone, actually. I wonder if there's a reason for that. Because my girl ain't here. I like she also moved the TV and the Nintendo to the living room here. Gave it an extra table and that. There was one theory that I heard from someone who figured, what was it? They reckon that the girl that you take home is also an operative like you are. And it has something to do with why you're seeing her. Was it in Jacket's like weird conversation dreams with like the three masks? He figures it has something to do with why he's seeing her wearing a horse mask. And I gotta wonder if that's like her choice of weapon she's brought with her or something like that. It would kind of make sense. I'm still not sure if I believe it, but again, that's just kind of the thing. There's enough different things going on in the story where, like, it wouldn't be too far-fetched if our girl was, like, also having to do calls and stuff like that. I'm not sure if I buy it, though, but that's just the thing. There's so many different theories about the game, and it's up to you whether, like, it makes sense to you or not. And then you can kind of use that. You can take that information that you find from other theory videos and apply it to your own playthroughs and see if that makes sense. I think it's because, like, here, where like a lot of the details and colors are probably at their most vibrant. There's a lot more haze going on and all that kind of stuff. And then especially the track as well. This is usually the level where I just find myself starting to zone out. And then I just forget that I'm here, like... Yeah, no, this is definitely it. Like, through my attempts of trying to describe it, this really is the moment where I'm just, like, out of it, and just, for the most part, watching it happen as I do it. Because it's me doing it, but it's like, this game has such a knack for taking you out of your own mind and then just letting your primitive side do it for you. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, pretty much throughout all of that, I'm just gone. And I'm just letting all of this backstage decision making just run through me. And it's so great. I love how much it just makes me forget I'm here. And then when I come down from it, it's like, what is it that I did? Because there's games that always attempt to do this sort of you're tripping out feeling by like doing it through effects and stuff like that. I think like the best example I can think of would be Far Cry 3 and the mushroom level where you have to, the mushroom mission or something, where you have to go into like a cave and get some cave mushrooms for one of your friends. And you inhale like some fungus gas or something like that, and then it just they do this really creative trip moment. And as well as it is done, it doesn't really like put you in that state of mind of not knowing what's going on or like zoning out of it or anything like that. You're mostly just watching it happen. This game actually does it to you. It's wild. It puts you in this state of mind where everything you're seeing just becomes mechanical now. And then the music just kind of sweeps you up. You just kind of let go of yourself and then let everything you know about the game mechanics and that just take over, and then you're gone. You're just gone. One thing that I notice as well, like whenever you get a kill in the game, whenever you take somebody out, let's see, what we'll do with this guy, you'll notice like the 600 points thing. Same thing with the door, 480 points, 600, 1000 points, and all that kind of stuff. 3 times combo. The whole and you forget that it's there the more you just kind of sink into what the game mechanics are. The game knows how to turn you into a caveman, bro. I'm telling you. And it's all done through the level of difficulty and the atmosphere of it, the vividness of the visuals, its presentation, and then just how dynamic the whole thing is. Because I can imagine watching this on video and not quite feeling that feeling as you watch it. But I'm telling you, if you get your hands on this game, which you really should if you've never played these games before, pick them up and you'll see what I mean, like once you spent maybe an hour with it or so. And once you're kind of familiar with how everything works, and then you just kind of let that knowledge go do its thing, no matter how many times you fail, and try it again and again and again, you eventually just put yourself in a state of hypnosis, man. It's nuts. And then in this case, I really am just at that point where I'm not really thinking about the dying part anymore. I'm just thinking about, okay, how am I gonna tweak that? How am I gonna tweak this approach? How am I gonna tweak that approach? What works the most here? And it just keeps you in such a busy way of thinking that you really do just become one with the game's feeling. And then just like that, every single time I find myself in that state and then experience that sound and then the music just cuts out, every single time I get that feeling of deflation. It's amazing. And And then I'm just kind of like caught in like that sort of aftermath feeling of like coming back to it and then just kind of looking around. And then just admiring the shit that I was capable of doing in that state. It is a masterful thing that this game does. It is such a statement about humanity in general. And that sort of aggressive nature that we all have as animals at the end of the day. The thing that happens to us once we kind of forget all manner of being civilized and all that kind of stuff, when you just kind of give way to that, to just that fight or flight side of you. It's this game knows so well how to interact with that. It's so cool. It's amazingly eerie. And it feels awkward and just kind of, ugh. You shudder a bit, sort of thing. I love it. It's so cool. And then there's this guy. What's he doing in my house? Well, I see the kitchen knives back. Chopping some vegetables or something. Some laundry going on. The newspaper and all that. That looks like strawberries or something. Oh, and the beds are together now. And I like that. If there's one thing I remember... There we go, there's our girl having a sandwich and that. If there's one thing I remember... what was it? Dennis Woodine. Dennis Woodine was going through a breakup at the time that they were making the first game. And it was devastating to him. It was fucking devastating. I think it was like around that time, what was it? Apparently he was in a psych ward for 2 weeks as well. I'm not really at risk of harm to themselves. Yeah, Jesus. So, yeah, Dennis was going through it during the time of making this game. And it all kind of came... He wanted to use a lot of that emotion because it came from his breakup and a lot of his experiences while being with someone. He wanted to apply a lot of that to Hotline Miami. And his experiences through being with someone at the time that he was, he talked about how he really wanted to look after his apartment for her and all that kind of stuff. Because beforehand, he just didn't really give a shit about his apartment until he found someone to be with, and he uses that to reflect in the story of Hotline Miami. So the relationship between these two characters is very reminiscent of Dennis Woodine and his relationship before they broke up, and it's just like another one of those things that I find just so endearing about Hotline Miami as a whole. There's so much humanity put into this game, like you would not believe. And it's a part of what makes it like one of my favorite stories to tell in a game. And it's simply because it's a story that's coming from a very deep place for somebody. It's the kind of thing that really drives someone to put more, to just drive all this quality into the thing that they're making, as well as just sharing that intimate part of themselves, sort of thing, through the art that they make. And that's just insane, man. Like, I'm just taking it in right now, and it's just, yeah. Ugh. The game's good, man. But it's just one of those things that I like I profusely appreciate in any game, or just anything, any form of media, art, or whatever, when it's coming from like that really deep place of the person who's actually making it. It's man. It does make me wonder, like, about their decision to make such a violent and graphic game as well. I have to wonder how much of it was like the fact that, because what was it? The main point that they make is that they wanted to make a game for them, the game that they couldn't find anywhere else, a game that they've always wanted to play. And it does make me wonder about, like, if a lot of the kind of game they wanted to play was coming from a lot of shit that was going on in their lives, and they just wanted some kind of game that would let them have an outlet, sort of thing. It's kind of my presumption of what Hotline Miami is kind of supposed to do as well, is to just kind of take this repressed anger and upset and all that kind of stuff and turn it into something as an outlet. And just having the game reflect that in some kind of way. Because I can imagine a lot of us have really been there, like, just that state of, like, really going through some bullshit in your life and really wanting to just take that anger or upset or just that big feeling of you hate something and just like kind of bring it somewhere where it's safe to exert all of that energy in. I wonder if it's a part of the reason why they chose to make Jacket such an angry dude as well. Because it would probably kind of reinforce that idea that there's just something that he is so fucked about, you know? And it is enough to just make him want to outlet on all of these guys and all that. There's something personal going on with him that's just driving him to be such a cruel motherfucker. And it's almost like some kind of rage like this could only be coming from somewhere personal, sort of thing. Because as much as I know, like, all the theories and all that kind of stuff on this game, and what most of the canonical things about the game is as well, and like what a lot of what the game's trying to say, I like to think that that's kind of my unique take on Hotline Miami as well. Because everyone kind of has their own perspective, right, on what the metaphorical side of Hotline Miami is all about. And I can imagine, like, the metaphorical side covers so many things. And the thing that I personally notice is just, I guess a lot of, like, what I can sort of gather about Dennaton themselves and what drove them to kind of want to make a game like this in the first place. I loved listening to Jonathan talk about this game as well, because, like, what is it? He talks a lot about the use of colors in this game, which is very prominent in here. And he wanted it to be very intentionally sickly. To be kind of obnoxious and a little bit invasive of the senses and all that kind of stuff. And it's the same with some of the music artists as well. Like, what is it? There was Moon, who expressed that he was also going through, like, just a dark time in his life when he was making some of the music that was used in this game. This game seems to be like this big outlet game for a lot of people, including the creators. And that's very much like the thing that Hotline Miami brings to a lot of people, is that it's such an outlet game. It's a game that very much understands where, like, this kind of stuff comes from. And it's the same with what was it, Nicholas. Nicholas also expresses like how he uses just various like anxiety inducing feelings to express the art and all that for the game, like the promotional art, the game covers and that. And I love that so many people behind this game had that in common, where a lot of Hotline Miami comes from just people expressing just that outlet for people, an artist's outlet, this big theme of frustration and going again. It reminds me of what like a lot of bands used to do as well, making music based off of just going nuts, just going wild, and letting that vicious side of you shine through in a way that's more motivating than damaging. Kind of like this safe space where you can just be a monster for a bit. Oh, what timing that this bit happens as well. There's so much about Hotline Miami that allows you to be just that monster that you've got inside and just let that thing loose in here. Oh my god, it's a big part of why like I think it was like why I really liked violent games back then as well, because I just had so much shit in my head that I just wanted to let out, and this is kind of like the only place where I could do that without actually, you know, harming anybody that I actually liked, sort of thing. To not bring any harm to myself or anyone around me. And just kind of let that exhaust itself out in a game like this. And it was the same with stuff like music and all the like. It's one of those things that I think violent games really do just kind of provide in a sense. Because I think it's easy to look at a game like this and feel a bit disgusted by it. I think it's easy to look at them and dismiss them as, you know, just trashy violence things that's kind of giving people the wrong impression and all that. Because it's always been like that, you know, ever since like the whole violent video games thing kicked off, and what was it? There was the Columbine shooting and all that, and all the politicians and that just trying to blame it all on computer games and that, when the ironic thing was, what was it? Other than the fact that one of the kids played a little bit of Doom or that, they really just didn't care about computer games. And it was just like one of those like ultimate study things that just kind of went to shows like violent video games aren't really as damaging as they're made out to be. But ultimately, yeah, stuff like this really is just an amazing outlet for folk who are, specifically like folk who just seem to be going through it as well. And I love when I look at all of the people who contributed to making this game, that they all seem to have that thing in common, that they were all going through something dark at the time, and they were using that to they were using that as their motivation to make a lot of what we see in Hotline Miami. And it's just another one of those things that I think makes Hotline Miami so human, is it's like the example game of taking the worst of yourself and turning it into something worthwhile. Gosh, I've just gone on a whole thing right there, god damn. And then I'm looking at this, so by the way, because another thing that I really like about like the details in the story, I like because there's like this symbol right here, the 50 blessings symbol. And another thing that I like how you see it pop up specifically in places where you're going to like clear out a building of Russian mobsters and all that kind of stuff. And I think the idea is that this symbol seems to work as like a mark for death sort of thing. And it's just another one of those things that fleshes out how the organization of 50 Blessings works and all that kind of stuff. It's cool. So much about Hotline Miami is just cool, man. So cool. You hate to see it. And then again, just like one of those climactic moments of like the story just cutting things short. And then you're dead. And I think it's one of those things where like if you were never interested in the story up until now, this is probably the moment where you would definitely go, okay, nah, something's up. What you do from here on won't serve any purpose. You'll never see the whole picture, and it's all your own fault. And you know something about this bit is the fact that on the first playthrough, that is probably so directed at the player more than most folk are gonna realize. This is a game that seems to anticipate the fact that people playing this game are not going to pay attention to the story. And then it's only at moments like this when it actually forces your attention and you actually kind of take the time to read it. It just tells you, you've not been paying attention, mate. It's nice to see like the gameplay and the story just kind of coexist like this. Reminds me a little bit of like Super Hot and what is it? Their idea was their story kept intentionally pulling you out of the game when you don't want it to. And it kind of becomes you fighting with the story, but that's what the story is all about. The story is all about trying to drag you away from the Super Hot gameplay and you just wanting to get back in. And I just love when games kind of do that, when they make the gameplay and the story kind of butt heads within the lore. Hotline Miami as a whole is so well crafted. You wouldn't believe, man. And then what's more is like just this level that they drop you into where like now you're not playing Hotline Miami now. Now you're just kind of stripped of everything that you're expected to do in the gameplay. See, so he's gonna do his thing, read the thing, go across. Because you can barely walk in a straight line, and if you walk for too long, you get a headache and you like kind of collapse to your knees for a moment. And then what's worse is whenever you get caught by these guys, you're just told go back to your room, bad boy, and then you have to do it all over again. It is so insulting to what it is that you come to the game for. But because I know all the tricks, I can get out of here easily. I find it interesting that this is like some people's favorite level. And I never liked this level much. These days it didn't bother me all that much, but I think it's because of like the level of challenge it brings to you and all that. And then of course I notice how like blue everything is. I suppose that's like by design to insignify sadness. The track that's playing is a bit gloomy and that. I also like that Jacket is such an angry motherfucker that he will now just assault a goddamn police station just to get whatever it is he's looking for. This guy is the Doomslayer. So I think one of the points that a lot of people brought up, and I think is quite true, is you can never really distinguish, because like here, here right now it's obvious this is a police station, but yeah, as far as like all of the buildings go, at least in the first game, is there's so much like, because the levels, they all stand out from one another, and it's mostly due to like their mechanics and stuff like that kind of introduce a brand new thing. But ultimately there's always this kind of blurriness about all the places that you go to visit, all the main levels that you go to visit, not necessarily like the pizza place or the video store and all that kind of stuff, but all of like the different buildings that you assault. And one of the things that's revealed to you, like right now, is you were in a coma this whole time. So that'll explain why a lot of things that you were seeing just didn't make sense. Because you were having a fever dream. And it kind of plays into the idea that a lot of the buildings you would see just didn't really correlate to anything. One thing that I like that they do in the sequel is they kind of start making the places they make a lot of the buildings and stuff that you visit a little more true to life. And I'm not usually a fan of realism in games, but in this context where it's like reality portrayed to you through like this distorted lens of pixelation and all that kind of stuff, there's a fun little novelty about that. And it's especially fun when you're looking at all of the things that you recognize and through at least ciphering it through like all of like the pixel art and all that, and like being like, oh look, it's one of these, oh look, it's one of that, ooh, that sort of thing. Because you'll notice that I was especially getting that from when you're visiting the VHS store or the what was it or the grocery market and all that kind of stuff. And you just see like all of these little things portrayed to you through pixel version, and there's something fun. There's something fun about that. So again, my graphics really don't have to be high fidelity to appreciate them. You don't need like all of this expensive effects and all that kind of stuff to make something that's fun to look at. I know, you don't need it. No, you don't. And gosh, yeah, I'm kind of running out of things to say. You kind of get the idea at this point. All the different things that the game does to really just draw you in. And overall, just make this like really whole experience, man. Right. I'm gonna see if I can get this guy in one go. Let's find out. Usually I can. Ah, I can't! Second try. That one was just a fluke, maybe. Maybe it was just a fluke. It's brutal, man. First try, second try, but still, it was a fluke. I'm still good at this game. I think if you like set yourself up like just alongside the guy, you can get yourself shot and die. It all ends with a phone call. Again, the game still kind of gives you these uncomfortable moments of violence, like just being like, dude, the fuck did you do to this poor woman, bro? Like, and then we got my boy over here expressing some regrets and all that. Kind of has this like human bonding moment with you. With Jacket's response just being, yeah, I kill you, bro. cat's shouting at me again. I'll go get her after this little bit here. Yeah, I'm coming. Jacket having his moment. Mysterious photograph and all that. And then, god damn. But we're not done yet. We're playing as someone else. Right, I'll be right back because the cat needs some. Alright, I'm coming. Right. I'm back. I'm back. So yeah, now we're playing as Biker. And I love this character. I think he's the coolest looking guy in the game. Right, so the first thing I can probably say about Biker is he's like this speedy train character who will just run at people, close the gap, and chop them in half, you know? He's like one of the relentless characters, but not the cruelest characters, because you'll notice how, like, the main thing I notice about Biker is that he's a very one and done style character where all he's doing is just running through them and chopping them in half. And then whenever he does knock somebody down, which is not often, because you need to use doors to do it, he's very just slit the throat, move on. Or he'll, or there's my favorite, where he'll just like go 1, 2, 3, and just chop the dude's faces in half. And then there's his curb stomp as well. I like that he kind of has like 3 unique finishers, and it's never revisited in the sequel. And I wish it was, because it's so fun. Oh yeah, and then what's more is Biker is like such a different feel from Jacket, because like first off, yeah, there's his rampant nature, but then there's also like his like 1, 2, 3. He can also like use throwing knives and stuff, which kind of like gives me this very childish impression of how it is that he fights and like how he perceives these kind of jobs. He seems to see himself as a bit of an action movie character, especially due to like the sort of style that he rocks as well. Because he's so eye-catching. He throws knives at people like he's a fan of like his martial arts films or something. And he definitely gives me the impression that he's like such a bulky guy as well, like mostly due to his arms and that. The way he was like grabbing the previous guy and shaking him around. He seems so immature, and I love him for that. And it's also interesting that like he's the one guy who's not wearing an animal mask as well. He's like this rebellious dude who thinks he's above it all and all that kind of stuff. It's like that youthful ignorance that the guy's got, and I love it. And then all the more it's expressed through like even just the place he lives and all that. Like his fuck off zebra bed and that, and his neon tiger rug and shit. He obviously likes pizza just like Jacket does, but he's also into his music and DJing, plays a little bit of keyboard guitar, skateboard over here. He really is just like one of these kind of guys. He seems to like just rock this whole theme that he carries with him. I wouldn't be surprised if he's like supposed to be a fan of like Akira or something like that as well. And then I think it reflects even more like on the levels that he gets as well. It's like this guy gets an arcade, which I think is great. And then again, you'll notice how, like, his fighting style really is just get it over with sort of thing. There's nothing really personal about it. Yeah, he's ruthless. He gives me this impression of, like, just this, what's the word? Like this sporadic, overly energetic kind of guy. And it kind of matches with, like, what it is he's trying to do. Because he doesn't want to do these jobs anymore, but because of the threatening calls he's getting, he has to balance both doing the job with secretly trying to get out of it as well. So when he does his missions, it feels like you're just rushing through it just to get it over with. Because I noticed that he moves faster than Jacket does as well. And I think it's there to compensate with his fighting style. He'll just run at you full speed and cut through you like it's nothing. Now, I like this guy's energy, and I think it's just a shame that in the first game, he only had 2 levels. And the first level he got was, like, so short, and then there's this level that's great. But then that's it. After that, that's it. I've just beat the game, basically. Because again, it kind of matches the whole thing where, like, he is just very much in a hurry sort of thing. He just wants to get it done. Hence 2 levels. Like, he's inviting over friends and shit, leaving vinyl records on the ground like a fucking tyrant, man. Yeah, he's definitely, like, I like that you can just tell so much about this character. He's the kind of guy who just, like, does not deny himself of his pleasures. And what? But we were supposed to die. What's going on here? So then this is just another one of those curveballs that the story throws at you, where it's like, okay, is this like a alternate timeline or something? And then usually, like for a first playthrough, you could get onto this computer, you'd have to figure out a password, but because of like all the secrets that you gotta find throughout Jacket's levels, you wouldn't really know the password the first time around. But because I know all the truth, well, because I went through all of that, and I know what's going on, and I know all that kind of stuff, I figured out the password. Yeah, you can gain access to this computer, and then get one of 2 dialogue things that occur when you confront the Dennaton boys, being all smug and stuff. So if you confront them without knowing the password, they'll just kind of mock you for not knowing what's going on, and then just kind of break the 4th wall. Going all like, oh, I hope you enjoyed the game. La-di-da. And then we'll just leave confused. But here, we're able to like just confront them about like everything that's going on and get a whole info dump on like who these 2 are, what they're doing, and why they're doing it. The big organization of 50 blessings and all that. And then at that, we get like another one of those moments where it's like, do we kill the guys? Or do we know? And canonically, it doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. Biker just leaves them alive and all that kind of stuff. Providing that this even happens at all. Ooh. But, for the camera. That is exceptionally detailed. I like that Jonathan just fucking flips us off as well for doing that. Dude, I could just leave him. I could just leave him like that with his best mate. Nah. Oh, done. And now the story's done. And it is good, like. And yeah, that is basically the gist of Hotline Miami. There's 2 bonus levels here. You know what, I'll do that. I think this is also one of my favorite levels. I'm gonna turn this down a little bit. Just a little bit. Switch can get my train of thought. Because again, this is one of those levels that just kind of impersonates real life a little bit. Like, that guy down there, then that guy, then that guy. Here we go. Yeah, I like that it's just like basically a bowling alley and all that kind of stuff. And we've got a bar over here. People will sit down and get something to eat and that. I like these kind of levels that have this whole true to life aspect about them. I think it's pretty cool because it's just fun to look at it. And then what's more, I'm just here making a mess of the whole place. Then of course we got to have some fucked up cultic shit going on over here. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with the story though. And this one is based more off of like a gaming convention thing. It's a little trippier than most. I think it's like just like a segment of one big building or something. You know, like when you go to a mall or something like that. Like a massive warehouse full of like game stuff. And interviews and showcases and trailers and all that. I like that, the little 18, Peggy 18 symbol. Oh yeah, I forgot. There is this guy. He was like in the most difficult level I was playing in. I forgot I covered this guy. Yeah, I also like that the sequel kind of actually... It basically does that thing that I was talking about with Carl and the Locust Mask and his fan comic, and I like that the devs themselves decided we're basically gonna do that ourselves with one of our characters. And 1, 2, 2. There you go. And just like that, I have beat the first game. Took a few hours, but that's just because of my rambling tangents and all that kind of stuff. Usually, I can beat this game in about an hour. But, I mean, I've been yapping, so... You know, you believe me. Yeah, I know you believe me. A+. I'll take that. That's a good note to end this game on. And there we go.
Damn it.
Concentrate.
I know. I'm gonna keep dropping off sentences.
I really love that, like, this... I guess it's an interview? It's odd. It doesn't feel like it's really an interview. It's more of a... Mainly because of, like, the three guys who are in the call. So we've got Dennaton, so we've got Dennis... so that's Dennis Wadeen and Jonathan Soderstrom. But they're in a call with Nigel Lowry. And they're, like, the three bros who just kind of kicked this all off and that sort of thing.
Was that, what was the deal? You had grenades, and why'd you take grenades out of the game?
It didn't fit the style of the game.
Yeah.
Wanted to keep it more low-key with just weapons that fit in with the theme of the game.
Yeah. No flamethrowers and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Even though it's...
I love that they bring up, like, the flamethrower and all that, because that'll become a topic in a minute. So, yeah, no. Dennis, Jonathan, and Nigel. Those were kind of like the three that really kind of set Hotline Miami in motion to be something a little bigger than what we saw in this prototype.
Cool.
Yeah, let's walk through what weapons are in there, because I think that's kind of interesting.
I think all the weapons that are lying on the floor we actually have in the game, except the wooden plank, right?
Yeah. And if you press E again, you can toggle through the different shooting weapons.
Man, those are loud. I don't know how to turn that on.
So let's
without
see, when was this
totally
released?
jacking this thing up. I'll try it one more time.
Or the video, when was this uploaded? So that would have
Game sounds, we
been...
don't have any game sounds.
This would have been shortly after Hotline Miami came out, or just before the game came out.
Yes. Or we would hear a double.
Carol.
Yeah.
Smart.
So I think this was just them hanging out sort of thing.
Let's see if it's in here. Yeah, I'm gonna turn Super Carnage way down because that's really loud. Alright.
You make it normal carnage.
Yeah, I'm gonna make normal Carnage. There we go, that's a little better. So you got this
I love listening to Dennis just being
machine gun, right?
a lot more out of his shell. as well.
Jesus, why is he naked? Jonathan?
Yeah. Yeah, dude. What is up?
Why
I
is he
killed the
naked, though?
aborted beaver.
Why is he naked?
You were supposed to get points for like starting levels without weapons or clothes. And you could equip like some superhero stuff with maybe a bulletproof vest or something like that, and you were gonna get less points for that. But yeah, I never got that far with the prototype.
Naked is best.
Yeah.
I love naked people.
What about flamethrowing?
That one is cool. I love the sound for the flamethrower.
Yeah, me too. It sounds like this futuristic flamethrower.
Can you set yourself on fire?
No.
I like that.
I love the
So
origins of the
bright, boss.
flamethrower as well, because it was, yeah, as they said, they did not include weapons like the flamethrower or grenades or just anything that was heavy artillery like that. They wanted to keep it within the theme of indoor weapons, if that makes sense. Things that you could very much realistically use within an apartment without, you know, completely burning the entire place down, sort of thing. So, of course, they could have just done it anyway and like put a flamethrower in the game, but I guess they just wanted to like keep within a certain theme. But I love that in the second game, that's where they got to implement the flamethrower, because now there was a bunch of characters that you can play as, and one of them was a soldier. So they made it that after you beat the soldiers campaign, or the soldiers campaign, once you get past all of the soldiers levels, that's when you finally unlock the flamethrower, so you can play through it again with that thing. And it's a worthwhile weapon, man.
It's the main inspiration, right? Yes, it was.
Okay.
Naked DLC knows.
Look at this. I like this particular choice in weaponry. I can't imagine this ever being in Hotline Miami.
Minigun. I mean, I guess technically they did do something equivalent of the minigun, because now we're basically like just talking a lot about like what Hotline Miami 2 before we jump into it. So yeah, there's like the two characters who could dual wield submachine guns. There we go. And you just like barrage rooms with bullets and the whole, like, very much like a minigun would. It's and I wonder if that was their substitute for actually giving a character a minigun, and like sort of it kind of balances it between just grounding how the action looks a bit, but allowing you to do something cool within the boundaries of Hotline Miami, sort of thing.
Oh my god. Getting humped by a dog. So what was, you did this 5 years ago? Oh shit.
Yeah.
And you know what? I think you mentioned it, Fantastic Arcade. And I thought it was pretty interesting. Like the games that you were kind of inspired by.
5 years ago. So if this was uploaded in 2013, that means technically Hotline Miami has kind of been a thing for... What have been a thing ever since like 2008 then? 17 years ago. Am I getting that right?
Okay, I'm gonna lay down some questions here right now.
Yeah, get on it.
Someone asked if we're gonna finish Life Death Island.
Yeah.
And I think we will do something with it.
Yeah.
We have to, because there's a lot of good ideas in that game, but it got way too big for us.
Yeah,
Man, I think one thing that I really feel bad about when it comes to Dennaton, especially like listening to them at this time being like, well, we've got an idea for this game, we've got an idea for that game and all that kind of stuff. is, man, it's the fact that, so Hotline Miami 2 was definitely like such an unfortunate step for them, because for a start, I think they made a masterful game. It's my favorite game, Hotline Miami 2, because of like the amount of people who really just struggle to understand it. Namely, that being that what I find so strange is that people say that Hotline Miami 2 was too hard. And what's even more saddening is that Dennaton kind of agree as well. And I just don't quite see it. I see that it's specifically that it's like more, bigger rooms and all that kind of stuff, and you can get shot off screen. But the point in that is, like, Hotline Miami 2 was kind of the Doom Eternal of the Hotline Miami games. Think of the first game being kind of like Doom 2016, where it just kind of introduced something very new to its genre. And then there was Doom Eternal, where people just didn't really get Doom Eternal when it first came out. I think these days now it's been very well established that the game is like just brilliant. And I think a similar thing is happening with Hotline Miami 2, where folk really just didn't click with whatever it was that the game wanted. And with Doom Eternal, it's like the same game, but it places a lot more demand on the gameplay from you. It requires you to really learn the mechanics to a T, because it was a thing in Doom 2016, just it wasn't as strict about it. Eternal was just decided they were going to go harder with it, but also stricter with it as well. And I feel like that's exactly what Hotline Miami 2 was doing. Because when that game released, first off, I was ecstatic. And I beat the game probably... I think I beat Hotline Miami in 2 days. And that was the main thing. Oh man, these two had no idea what they were in for at this time. It's such a shame, because I love listening to them just have this enthusiasm for Hotline Miami 2. And it sucks so bad to see that, like, after Hotline Miami 2, they just kind of got bullied off of the internet, man. And then we just never really heard from them since. And it's why, so supposedly they are making a game, right? Okay, so that's the next thing we can jump into. So supposedly they are making a game. They're being very quiet about it, and figuring out what the game was still like just very difficult for people to find out. But it showed up very subtly in Devolver Digital's press conferences, like right here. So by the looks of it, judging by like the way this blurry figure is standing, looks like they're standing with like their fists raised or something like that. Could be like, we could be getting something like brawler elements. I'm also getting a bit of Metroidvania impression off of this, and also somewhat like it seems quite futuristic as well. Yeah, it looks like a saving room or something, kind of like Metroid. And again, yeah, no, those are like very much this. They're very similar style of faces that you would see in Hotline Miami. So this is a glimpse at what we have seen Dennaton working on, but this was like this was 7 years ago. This was such a long time ago, and I am just a bit confused. I want to see Dennaton working on stuff again, man. That's just what I want to see, because I am so disheartened at the fact that, like, because after Hotline Miami 2 came out, I was just I was at ease at the fact that they were not going to make Hotline Miami 3, even though it's like my favorite games and all that. I understood to a T that they were done with it. They were burnt out on Hotline Miami, burnt out on the people who were giving them shit, and then they just wanted to try something new. And it seems that is what they set out to do. But now that like a good hefty 10 years has passed, it's like, gosh, what's happened? What's happened, man? Dennaton must have so much respect from Devolver Digital that they're willing to give them this much leeway. They'll be like the golden boys of Devolver Digital. It's like, I don't even think I'm too fussed what kind of game it is they're making. I just want to see them making stuff again, man. Because there was a podcast that featured Dennis recently as well. It was like, I think just a couple days after the anniversary, actually. And they never really talk about what Dennis and Jonathan are really up to right now. And I get, and naturally it's going to be because they just didn't really want to talk about it. The main thing that they really spoke about was they were mainly just supposed to talk about Hotline Miami, but it didn't really go too much down that right. It was more just like about their experience with like the people and all that kind of stuff, and what kind of scared them off of the internet after Hotline Miami 2. And then another thing that I was thinking is like, well, maybe they've just kind of moved on to other things now or something, and it doesn't seem like they have either. They're still doing like their creative work and all that. Just, I've got to wonder, well, what's I hate to be a dick about it, that's the thing. But 10 years is a long time to wait for any game, you know. Oh, it's a feeling. It's a feeling, to say the least. I just do hope that we get to see them show off their work again, you know, because I do miss them. They were like some of the most like inspirational dudes that I'd ever seen in the gaming side of things, and I'm hoping that because of like the 10-year anniversary thing and the fact that Devolver Digital is bringing attention back to it, and that Dennis himself is kind of being showing up here and there in other people's stuff to talk about it, I'm wondering if I'm hoping that they've kind of got something cool to show us in the near future, you know? But it's like at the same time, I just can't blame them either. And it's reminding me now, man, this was the game that really showed me the shittier side of Hotline Miami fans. And it was through Midnight Animal. So this was a fan game that was in development. So a long time ago, at least 8 years ago, we saw this trailer for a fan game. And this was after Hotline Miami 2. I like that it seemed that we were going to be playing as this like one character who's going to be very versatile. Kind of like taking all the mechanics of Hotline Miami 2 and then cramming it into one character. That was like the basic premise. And yeah, no, it got a lot of us excited. The guy who was making this was also going through just a bit of a hard time. And one of the games that they found themselves playing was Persona. They basically wanted to inject like a lot of Persona influence into the game in terms of aesthetics and stuff like that. Their approach to story was just a bit too hefty for a game like this. It was a bit too much. But overall, the game itself was looking good, man. It was looking good. Because when you look at the gameplay for this, They like overhauled the Hotline Miami mechanics to be so goddamn flashy. Especially in the guns and in the lighting and stuff. Oh my god. And it was all built using the code of Hotline Miami 1. I think also Denaton noticed this as well, and they were very encouraging about it. They loved the idea that there were people making games based off of their own and all that. And this game kicks, you know, and I love it. And I remember that they released the demo for this as well. I had a shot of it, and it was fun. It was janky because, like, obviously it was still a work in progress and all that. But overall, it was just the next Hotline Miami game without being Hotline Miami, if you know what I mean. People lost their minds about this, and it was all because they were spotting the anime art style. So let's see, I spotted it earlier. There we go. People were losing their minds about this because, what was it? The fella making this changed it so the story wasn't going to be about Hotline Miami anymore. And I don't see why that's such a problem to people. People were losing their minds being like, this was supposed to be Hotline Miami 3 and all that kind of stuff. But the guy was getting death threats for this. And that was the first time I really saw for myself how crap people who liked Hotline Miami were. At least like the really loud ones. Because of course there was like there was the better side of the community that I had seen. They were like making all like the fan art and all that kind of stuff, and like the fan comics, all of that. But this right here showed me the shitey side of the Hotline Miami people. The very moment they spot that they were using anime style, and then the story was different as well. So like the story was no longer about Hotline Miami, and again people were losing their minds. And I was sitting there thinking to myself, what is the deal with people throwing a tantrum about not getting a fanfic of Hotline Miami when we're still getting just this epic fucking gameplay that they were showing to us? I don't get what the big deal was. But nonetheless, people were losing their minds. They were flipping their shit. It was over. Because what else was it? I think like they changed the name from Midnight Animal to its own thing. I can't remember the name. It was something a little bit generic sounding, honestly. But overall, this was the idea. The worst that it went for was... what was it? So they wanted to tell like a deep story, but their idea of telling a deep story was to make the speech bubbles like, agonizingly long. Like you would be reading paragraphs and paragraphs and paragraphs. The grammar was a bit the grammar was bad as well and all that kind of stuff. And I can imagine it's just because the guy's from Japan and he didn't know English too well. But overall, he wasn't doing any harm. That's the thing. It was just a guy making a thing that he wanted to make, and he got discouraged from doing it because of the savagery that was the crappy side of the Hotline Miami community. And then the project got cancelled. They decided, no, I can't make this anymore. So they moved on to basically just go make something else in the whole like, and honestly, good on them, like, because like it sucks all the more that like I can imagine it would have sucked all the more as well, considering like this guy wasn't going to get paid for this. This was going to be a free fan game because it's being made directly off of the Hotline Miami assets and all that. So yeah, that was disheartening, and Because even though, like, I'm one of the guys who would respect that we weren't going to get Hotline Miami 3, I still would have loved to see somebody make something that was basically an overhauled take on the Hotline Miami mechanics. Because it's just so goddamn fun. And we didn't get to have that. Because this guy suffered the wrath, pretty much the same wrath that Dennaton had to face. And it did just kind of go to show the kind of people that a game like Hotline Miami would attract. And it's very and that's kind of what makes the second game's story very interesting as well, because that's like a lot of what Hotline Miami 2 tackles in the story, is the different kinds of people who were drawn to the first game. Yeah. So yeah, it was a bleak, it had been a bleak 10 years, man. Until, and this was this has been very uplifting to me recently, because even to this day, I would still love to see another game like this. I would love to see another game just like this, because I understand that there are plenty of games that pretty much do what Hotline Miami's doing, but they all kind of do it with like their own little twist sort of thing. Like there's Katana Zero. That game is very much Hotline Miami through and through, but the mechanics it uses is quite different from Hotline Miami. It doesn't do the visceral violence that well, no, it's not even the violence I'm looking for. It's more what I love about Hotline Miami's gameplay forefront is the fact that you can utilize weapons off the ground, like, and all that kind of stuff. I love that it's a twin stick shooter, and I love the execution animation mechanics and all that kind of stuff. That's like the main three things, combined with also like the aesthetic and the music, and the fact that everything dies in one hit and so do you. And it's really fast-paced nature. That's why I always gravitate to Hotline Miami itself. And then there's other games. There is other games. Plenty that I would even recommend as well. Because these are more like your first-person shooter style ones and all that. And then there's like your top-down ones where it's like it's doing the same thing, but with its very own twist. That highly separates it from Hotline Miami in the first place. So there's not many... I can't really think of any games that does what Hotline Miami and Hotline Miami 2 specifically does. You know what I mean? There's always a game that will approach it, but it's always with its own twist. And I think the closest game that I could think of before I show off what I'm actually getting at here, I don't know. This'll do. Now, let me get one thing straight. This game looks flashy, man. And I do really like what it's going for. But here's the thing. It still doesn't do specifically what Hotline Miami does. Do you know what I mean? It's so goddamn close, but like many other games that try to be like... No, that's unfair. It's not that they're trying to be Hotline Miami. It's that they're trying to take what Hotline Miami does and then do their own spin on it. And that's perfectly fine. I'm not complaining about that. I am not discouraging anyone from doing that. If anything, I highly recommend a game like this to anybody, because this looks fucking good. But, there's just something about it that doesn't really draw me to it, if you know what I mean. Even though that just looks cool. That is just anime as shit. And I'm not even a fucking weeb, but that looks cool. You know what I mean? So, I've still just kind of been like, just craving some overhaul on the actual Hotline Miami mechanics. Well, if it weren't for me trying to do this video like last week and failing to do it, I would never have found this out by total accident. But dude, I am so fucking excited for this. So, the people making this started off through the Hotline Miami 2 level editor. And they were making like their own custom campaigns and all that, putting in their own assets. They were kind of pushing the level editor beyond its primary functions, if you know what I mean. So one day, these guys decided, what if we make our own Hotline Miami game? And essentially what they're doing is they're doing the same thing that Midnight Animal attempted to do. And that is taking the code, the original code off of the first game and modding brand new mechanics into it. So I'd say it's difficult to spot anything particular right now, because it's mostly just shooting and all that. Oh. And then it just kind of starts to show us more things that's going on and all that. There's like stuff that we've never seen exist within Hotline Miami's gameplay. So let's talk about it. And there's more to look at as well. This is just the start. So the first thing that I think I can like talk about within this video. You know what? Nah, fuck this. We're gonna go straight on to the next one. This is like my favorite video on their project. So they're bringing up the sort of gun rules in Hotline Miami. So in Hotline Miami 1, every bullet only had a chance of killing an enemy. And this was like their most intimidating thing that they talk about that they're changing in their game. But once I understood what they were talking about, I was like, oh right, I see. So that is one of the things that kind of intimidated me. Right here. There's a health system in their game, but it's not what I was dreading it was going to be. This represents how many bullets you can survive. So, say for example, you've got the 3 things here. If you get shot with a shotgun, you're gonna die because there's more than 3 bullets in like a shotgun's burst thing. If you get barraged with a machine gun, yeah, that's gonna disappear fast. So the idea is they've introduced this health mechanic in order to make it a lot easier for you to just run up and close the gap when it comes to using melee weapons, when it just kind of comes to playing at a faster pace without having to feel too intimidated by dying. It's just there to make it a little easier on newcomers, that's basically all it is, but it doesn't change the gameplay. It's less of a health system and more of a grazing system, if you know what I mean. It's more like it gives you a little more wiggle room in terms of being like skiffed by gunfire and all that kind of stuff, which still just kind of fits within the Hotline Miami style of action anyway. Especially since the first game kind of did this same thing. Just instead of doing it like Hotline Miami 1, where it's like so random and unpredictable, here they just gave it a set of rules. That's all they did. And that's the other emphasis that they make, is that melee weapons will still just kill in one go. No matter, so if you get hit by some guy with a baseball bat, you die. If they get hit with a baseball bat, they die. So it's still the same thing. It's just that there's this subtle little tweak to the bullet rules now that just make it a little easier to play recklessly. That's all it is. It's like the Doom games in a sense. Like, you get a kill, you do a glory kill, you can get some health back. And I can't wait to see them make more videos like this where they're just explaining some of the new things that they've done. So in terms of like their high quality stuff that they've like gone and showcased, it's just the 2 videos. But oh my god. See, that's interesting. And I'm not too sure how I feel about that. Let's see. The idea that like the enemies will create more of a gap so you can't actually what's the word? Funnel them. And that's a perfectly fine idea, because even I was kind of feeling like it was a little too easy to just bait enemies to a doorway in bulk and then just mow them all down. So it would be interesting to see how well this sort of thing would work, where they distance themselves from the door to make it, to basically make this strategy not valid anymore.
They will now slice the pie around a doorway or corner, which prevents the usual bait everyone into one place strategy of the first game. This is a huge change, but the decision isn't made lightly. Baiting has always been somewhat antithetical to the game's intention to its rewarding of recklessness. It's not really clever or dynamic, and it often breaks the intense pace. This mechanic will be introduced slowly and not shown.
As long as it is just forcing players to find another way, and as long as there is another way, then there's nothing to really worry about. It will be a tough change to make, because you got to think about, okay, what's going to make, how is that going to work now? I like that you can gun down doors now. And then we've got explosive barrels, man. That's one thing I did notice as well. It's like the lighting looks really cool as well. All the dynamic lights in that.
Recognize the names behind some of these sprites. Crazy Jaden made levels such as Twitch and Shellshock, as well as the fan game Hotline Berserk. Rob Salmon obviously made the Human Being series and many other projects. And Broccoli Walkaway is best known for Wolf Den, as well as older workshop content with some eye-catching level design.
I love that. It's like all of the heavy hitters in the custom level community have basically all come together and gone like, let's make our own game, man. It's so cool.
Working on sprites and furniture for the game.
As for visuals,
and I think what's more is that kind of gives us a little bit of security in knowing that the people working on this are probably some of the most reliable people on the project as well.
Just set in 96, so the visual style and tone is a bit darker, but more vibrant than Hotline 2. In a way, we're kind of trying to mix the styles of Hotline 1 and 2 together, but with our own visual flair to cut a unique, horror-themed niche.
To add further to that,
I think that's another thing as well. They seem to be lending a lot of respect to both of the games, and overall just kind of trying to make this... They're trying to make something that is going to appeal to as many people as possible. And I think that is precisely what they've got to do. It's not for casual players, but it's not for veterans either. It's this nice middle ground that is going to accommodate for even more people. And the great thing about that is it gives them a solid chance at accumulating a proper player base to utilize the level editor with.
That are much harder or fully impossible to achieve in the level editor, like improved sound design, dynamic lighting, special effects on items, random skin tones on enemies, and more that enhances the Hotline look and feel without breaking away too far. There's working snowfall and footprints from blood pools or water. Rain can increase in strength.
That's another thing I really like, is that they're adding all these really just neat touches to all of the visual effects, like yeah, now walking through puddles of blood and then it leaves footprints and stuff like that, and you know.
Over time, here's a couple of interesting features. For one, you can select and move sections of the level with a copy-paste
That's
feature
really
in the
handy.
works. You can zoom in and
Oh,
out of
you can
levels instead of
rotate
being
it all as
restricted
well.
to an accurate pixel count. There's a full
So that would
campaign
make it
editor
so, because
completely
that would
un-
probably mean you can also copy and paste structures and stuff as well, which would make it so easy to make like, well, I'm not sure how good an idea it is really, but like you could make massive levels so easily if you really wanted to. Even though, yeah, I'm not sure how good an idea that really is.
Similarly to Hotline 2's editor with far more complexity. If you've got a sprite you want to port in, the editor has an in-engine GUI that lets you quickly turn it into a sprite sheet. Enemy AI can be assigned to fight each other, and new encounters can happen after a level quote-unquote ends.
Now that is really cool. They're gonna try and implement this thing where like two separate factions that aren't yourself can like fight one another, and then you can use that to your advantage to get through levels. I think that is so cool. It really does seem to understand all of the best aspects of both of the games.
But post-launch support is kept in mind. Every campaign level, including the co-op ones, are made in the wrong editor, meaning that unlike Hotline 2, there are no limitations in the editor compared to the main campaign. That modularity means that the editor updates benefit both the campaign's development and whoever's going to be playing around.
That's smart as well. So they're making it so... What is it? So they're making the main game out of the same tools that they're crafting for the community. And that is also genius, because what that allows is for other people to make stuff that is just as complex as the main game itself that they're making.
With it. I had a lot of reasons to make this video, and the main one is simply that I think it deserves more attention. This is, at the end of the day, a project made by a group of people out of love for Hotline Miami and for modding. It's not a full-time project, and the team is small, which is why it's been in development for so long. And I think there's something very admirable about that. These guys have actual jobs, lives, and commitments, and yet this project is still going. There are people that I haven't even mentioned here who've done some really great work on it. If you want to keep updated, 1-900-CULT does have its Steam page that you can wishlist, but also a project channel in the Workshop Labs Discord server, where you can see updates for both the developer toolkit and the main campaign. There's a link in the description. And thank you very much for watching, and do wishlist 1-900-CULT on Steam, because, yeah, I think this game needs more attention.
Oh, it does, man. You see what I mean? Like, I am so excited for this, man. I'm so excited for it. What I really want is either this game or controller support for this one. Just one or the other. Get me controller support for this one first to tide me over, then get me this game, please. But okay. With all that being said, we'll jump into the game. It's finally time. Let's play through Hotline 2 and see what there is to be said. Right, so where are we going to start? So we're going to go normal mode, and then I really do want to explore hard mode a little bit. Mainly just to critique people's whining about how quote-unquote too difficult this game is. And I think it's bullshit. But for the time being, again, I'm not going to talk about the story too much. Again, there are so many videos that talk about the story better than I could ever do. I'm just going to talk about what I love about this game. So, yeah, we'll skip by all of this. I like that the henchman right there lives. It's canon. He never died. So I guess the first thing I can say right now is I really appreciate how different Hotline Miami 2 wanted to do things. And it all reflects so well in the opening of the game. So here we are playing as a totally different character. And what's more is it just kind of starts us off fighting dudes who, like, half of them just don't even want to fight back. I'm sorry, bro. God damn. The gore is a lot more splashy than the first game is, and I like that. I do. Oh, God. Sorry, bro. Okay, and then the game really does just introduce us in just a very, you know. So this is like one of the most interesting things that the story does, and that is, I said I wasn't going to talk about the story much, but I guess now there's going to be a lot of, I guess the story is going to demand so much of my attention throughout this, because it's more, Hotline Miami 2 is a lot more of a story game than it is in the previous game, sort of thing. The main idea is that they wanted to make like a solid point that this is not what the game is going to be. It's going to be a devastating game, don't get me wrong. But the main thing that Dennaton wanted to say with this scene is that this is not going to go down the sexual assault level of graphic sort of thing. Because they cut it just like that. And then so it begins. So it's at that we're introduced to the fans. And honestly, these are probably my favorite lot in Hotline Miami. They're probably a lot of people's favorites, honestly. They provide such a aesthetic and all that, and they're quite representative. They're supposed to be representative of fans of the first game who were really just there for the gameplay, not the story. And that's a lot. It's going to be a big part of what Hotline Miami 2 does. And that is it kind of points the finger at like who played the first game, basically. There we go. That's what I was looking for. And then straight off the bat, you'll notice, like, just again, this game does not fall short on details. In fact, it kind of kicks it off harder than the last game does. Like, there's so many people who are going to be based off of actual folk. It's awesome. And then I noticed that like some of these folk even like reoccur throughout the story. Like these two characters right here, the girl drinking something out of her bottle, straight from the bottle, as well as her who she's talking to over here. Same with this guy as well. I kind of like spotting this dude here every now and again in the story. We'll notice that Moon's in there again, just vomiting in the toilet and all that shit. I noticed that this guy was in the first game as well. And then this one looks a little familiar. You see what I mean? Dude. Dude. The reference culture is strong with this one, you know. Yo, I've never seen this before. Ain't that a Sega Saturn right there? What's a Sega Saturn doing right here? Oh, that's cool. Dude. You know what I mean? I think this guy's playing on a Game Boy as well or something. And that's kind of like what I was saying earlier about how in the last game, I would have liked to see environments that are a little more true to life, so I can admire more of like the little details like you see on the downtime bits of the first game, like in Jacket's apartment or going to the store or something like that. And this is something that Hotline Miami 2 does in spades, man. It's awesome. And then we've got the fans themselves. So what I'll do, we'll explore all the masks now, fuck it. And then what I'll do is, I think I will do each of the levels with the masks that suit the most. I think that's what I'm gonna do. In your first playthrough, it would be you would just have Corey, and then you'd have Tony, and then you'd have the Swans, and then you'd have Mark. But we'll just explore all of them right now, and then I'll do the ones that are probably a little more fitting for each level. So we'll start with Corey. Corey's got the dodge roll, and she dies. But that's kind of the idea. She's supposed to be invincible while you're rolling as her, so just kind of get into it. You can like kind of dodge gunfire, and it's especially handy for shotguns, but not much else. It kind of has its use, but it is a bit situational. As much as this is my favorite game, I won't pretend it's perfect. I won't pretend it's perfect. There's no such thing as perfect, bro. Let's see. Is there anything like more I can really... And then, other than the dodge roll, her gameplay is very much probably the closest to Jacket. It's the same thing that we've been doing in all of the first game. I think another thing that sort of draws my attention with the second game. Let's see. So I'm gonna need a melee weapon for like a blunt weapon. There we go. The first thing I noticed about the 1, 2, 3 finisher is it's a lot heavier than the first game is. This game kind of does it like a 1, 2, 3 sort of thing. It's heavier, but it's slower. And there is an appeal to it. I think if I was to choose, I would say I like the first game's way of doing it a bit better. But here's what Hotline Miami 2 does better with the melee weapons. The melee weapons swing a little slower, but the nice thing about that is it's a lot easier to land a hit. Even to the point that you can even collateral people a lot easier as well. The melee combat is a lot more consistent in Hotline Miami 2. And it's the same thing with the guns as well. Like, if I... let's see. I want to see if I can pick up a pistol somewhere. We're gonna do that. Yeah. It's just like Uzis and stuff. The Uzi sounds amazing in this game as well. Oh, you know what I mean? Because like a lot of the... I know the Uzi in the first game, it still sounded quite similar to this, but it wasn't as punchy. A lot of the guns sound a lot more punchy in the second game. Because the shotgun sounds just about the same as it did in the first game, but it's mostly the other weapons that have just received a bit of a buff to the sound of them, if you know what I mean. A lot of the effects have just been stepped up compared to the first game. I love that the shotguns make, oh, there we go. There's a good example, right? So if I go up to this guy here, anytime you hit someone with a single bullet, they're guaranteed to die every single time, and that's what makes the guns a lot more reliable as well. All of the weapons are a lot more reliable in Hotline Miami 2. Is there anything else I want to showcase, like, in the normal side of things? Actually, landing a knife throw is hell of a lot more satisfying in the first game as well. I think it's especially because you can throw things a lot faster, like things fly faster than they did in the first game. And it's again just a big part of what makes the moveset a lot more consistent in Hotline Miami 2. And then there's like a few additional weapons, like the chain. Let's see. Yeah. Go on. Yeah. Which gets its own finishing animation. It's good. It's good. And you'll notice how the shotgun, it makes bodies fly a lot more, and that is so good because it kind of leaves a bit of a blood trail as well. There's just a lot of things that make a lot of the weapons feel a lot more satisfying to use. Right. So with all that being said, I think that's like the gist of how I can cover what the default gameplay is like, and it is a lot of what you're going to experience in Hotline Miami 2. But every now and again, you get to experience something quite different. So let's go into Tony next, because Tony is the simplest character to control in the game. The simplest. Because all he does is punch. Because I don't know if I can't showcase it much now, because like it's all just normal enemies and the like. But you can see how like his finishers in that. Let's see as well. Finishers are typically slower in Hotline Miami 2, but there are some characters who are still able to do quick finishers sort of thing. And it all comes down to like the main thing that Hotline Miami pushes with its gameplay is that the gameplay in Hotline Miami is a little bit more about limitations depending on what character you're playing as. And it's all how they sell each character's different personality. You're forced to kind of play the way that they would. You're forced to approach levels the way in which each character would approach these levels. And I think that's great, because what that allows for is it kind of pushes you into these more tightly crafted level experiences, while also delivering something that's a little more unique compared to what you've been doing a lot of in Hotline Miami 1. It's gonna be a lot more like playing as the biker, where like they've got like extra things they can do and then things that they cannot do in trade. That's sort of the thing that Hotline Miami 2 does. Because Tony seems to be a lot more about baiting enemies to your position and then just socking them in the face, basically. It really is just the simplest way to play this game, and it's kind of a part of what makes Tony one of the stronger characters to play as, because you've got next to nothing to think about other than just finding ways to close the gap, whether that's actively going up to them or tricking them to come over to you. And the music is no exception in this game. This is still just bangers that we're going to get throughout this entire game. Now, the Swan Twins are my favorite characters to play as in all of Hotline Miami, because these guys are fucking chaotic. These are a pair of powerhouse characters, and it's gonna be difficult to showcase that here. I think what I'm gonna do is I'll do this again, just a little more straightforward, once I find a more complex level to do this with. But yeah, these two are really just unstoppable once you understand how to control them. Because the main thing I can say, so the main Swan Twin that you control, she's the one with the chainsaw, and the chainsaw can kill anything, so long as you can close the gap. But what's more is executions with the chainsaw take a very long time. So what you have to be able to do is handle the gun side of these two as well. You have to multitask and kind of utilize both of their abilities in order to kind of maintain being alive, basically. As well as, getting higher combos if that's what you're going for as well. But these two, unstoppable, man. I love them. So it's Alex and Ash. Alex is the one that we're actively controlling, and then Ash is the one who carries the guns. And he can fire weapons faster than any character in the game. Like, everything that you pick up practically becomes an automatic weapon. you know, if it's not an automatic weapon already. Yeah, no, these two are cool. These two are so fucking cool. I love them. And then we've got Mark. Mark is a favorite for quite a lot of people. I like him too, but I think as like the last unlockable mask, he's a little bit underwhelming, because it's not because of what he can do per se. It's because of how limited he is in terms of doing it, because he's only got a limited amount of ammo. So let's see. Yeah, that runs out fast, so you always end up having to use like small controlled bursts to get the most out of what Mark can do. And I think that's just a little bit of a misstep, you know. I think they should have given this guy more ammo. Or maybe even, and it's like, it's wacky, but like, even if they gave him some way to maybe get ammo back or something like that. Now, in a small level like this, it's not really an issue. Like, you can clear this level with ease, really. I like his curb stomp as well. That thing is hefty. And there we go, it's done. I didn't even have to reload. Oh, I did have to reload. Never mind. But yeah, no, he's a very cool idea. All the more so because he can do that thing. He can like spread his arms out, which again is kind of like Corey's dodge roll. It's a little bit situational, but in situations where you do get to use it, it's still kind of, it's fancy, you know. And then yeah, anything else I can really say about him? I think like once he runs out of ammo, let's do that. That's when he becomes traditional. He's very much like what you would expect from Hotline Miami. I think the only thing he can do that's quite different from the average character is he's got his curb stomp thing, but otherwise that's it. He becomes very much default gameplay. And yeah, no, the guns are... Oh, that's another thing that I like. So this is like a thing that all of the big guys do, and that's specifically when they're like carrying these kind of weapons, the shotgun weapons, that they do like a funky little twirl when they fire shotguns. And I like that. It's a nice little animation. There's a lot of flair to Hotline Miami 2's gameplay. And none of it is directly practical. It's just cool to look at. And yeah, that should sum up basically how the fans work. They are still ultimately pretty cool in their own right. Even if like there's some aspects to them that could have been tuned up a bit more, I still love them as a whole. Let's see. Yeah, no, we still... And then again, we still just got all this stuff going on as well. There's always references to things, and I love it. I kind of like that this is this mirror image of the first game as well. So this is the thing about Hotline Miami 2. Hotline Miami 2 is very much about the first game and the people around it. That is metaphorically and fictionally what Hotline Miami 2 is all about. It is all about Hotline Miami 1 and everything revolving around it. So you're going to catch so many like parallels to the first game. I like that little detail where they have to pay for it, sort of thing. And then we're introduced to Manny Pardo. But before we get to that, again, I like that they do that little thing, really change on the table there. See, again, all the little details. Yeah, so one thing that I really like about Manny Pardo, and I wish they made it consistent with all of his levels, because this is only the one time you get to do it. And that is, you can go to the back of his car and pull a shotgun. and pull a shotgun out of the trunk. I love that. That is such a neat little detail. Why didn't they stick with that, bro? That would have been the coolest, man. But not only that, he also has like, again, just one of them like pointless little flares, but I like it, is if you do a 180, he kind of holds the shotgun out to the side like that. Fucking this fucking baller, bro. Yeah, so we're about to experience how difficult this game really is, man. And don't worry, I know the offenders in terms of like what the hardest levels in this game is. That's another thing I like that this character can do. He can also do finishers with firearms. And that's kind of like just one of those... Again, it's like a subtle thing and it doesn't make much difference to the gameplay. But it does give that neat little satisfaction if you push to use guns a little more with a guy. With Hotline Miami 2's story, they kind of take the Pulp Fiction approach. Where there's now like a wider cast of characters and we're flipping between them in different, where we kind of go forward in time, then we go back in time, and then we're kind of experiencing the story in a random order, or well, seemingly random order. But the point that the thing that I can say about that I notice is that it kind of takes you on this sort of intentional, it takes you on this kind of intrinsically designed pattern of emotions as you go through the story. Oh, and then we get to play as Jake, man. So I kind of like Jake because of how fucking stupid he is. He's such a dick, man, as well. He's like the Eric Cartman of this story. They really drive home the different sense of vibe that each character goes for in this game. So here we're back in what's like 1989. So this is like back during the events of the first game. So this guy kind of delivers like that classic feeling of the first game, but this time Jake kind of does it with like this hella swagger. He's quite similar to Jacket in this sense, but this time he's kind of amping up this more imposing coolness factor. Quite a few of the characters do this, and I think it's great, man. So this would be one of those examples where folk would say that the game is too hard because like of these big wide open spaces whereas like, initially you just can't see what's going on. But this is where like the whole Doom Eternal thing comes into play. Hotline Miami 2 is a game that demands that you use all of the game's mechanics, and that includes the look button. Because if you get used to using the look button, you're not really going to struggle that much. And then I'll see if I can like show that off a little more in the next floor, because the next floor kind of does this as well. Because it might make more of a point if I can actually get this done in one go. There we go, there we go. Because this would kind of be like one of them main offenders of like, level bit too big, I can't see what's going on. But like, you just use the look button and you should be fine. I don't really see the problem, you know. Yeah, because like until I was hearing people say that the game is too hard, it really just did not occur to me that Hotline Miami 2 is too hard. And it was all the more disheartening to hear that Denaton were convinced by these people that yeah, maybe the game was too hard. It's like, no. But you know, we'll explore this more as we get into like some of the harder levels and the like. So we're introduced to the character of Martin Brown. So the Pig Butcher is kind of this representation of how a lot of folk viewed the first game. They kind of saw it as this sort of this insensitive snuff fetish game. And what's fun about the Pig Butcher is this is not the first time that he's actually appeared in Hotline Miami as a concept. So we can actually go and explore that just now. Let's see. Here it is. There was basically like this provocative trailer.
You have one new message. Saturday, 9:22 a.m.
Hi,
It's like just before the first game came out, I think. And when they showed the game around at a games convention somewhere, they were surprised at how many people were looking at Hotline Miami and seeing it as something a bit more vile than what it actually is. Because again, Hotline Miami is quite a grotesque game, but folk were kind of seeing that and then associating it with something even worse than what it is. And that's where the folk over at Devolver Digital and Denaton and the whole like, they organized a very exaggerated trailer to play on the outrage, the public outrage on what Hotline Miami is. Yeah, and they were really just like really playing up this this whole thing that people were making out these games to be. So this was before the first game came out. There we go. So yeah, the Pig Butcher's been a thing like since the beginning. And I quite like that in the second game they kind of took the opportunity to make a proper to give the Pig Butcher a proper place in the story. And he serves the exact same purpose as he did back then. Because what is it? It's like a movie we're acting out in. It's like all this exaggerated violence. This is actually like a depiction of Jacket himself being like this kind of slobby looking guy who assaults women and kidnaps them and all that kind of stuff, and it's just vile. But playing as him is pretty fun as well, because like so this guy as a playable character is kind of one of the more efficient killers in the game, because I think he's a bit faster than most of the other characters, and then he's a little more effective with guns in this. He's a little more effective with guns as well. And then let's see, his finishers are a lot more effective as well, because they're just quick. Like his little punch animation with the fucking... Look at that fucking Predator execution right there. Jesus Christ. He really is like one of the most exaggerated characters in the game. His violence is like a lot more cartoony. And that's it. Yeah, again with like people complaining about the size of the levels. I don't know, man. I'm not... Because again, a lot of it is just alleviated by the look button. That's really all. It takes a little while to get used to, but like, so did everything else in Hotline Miami in general. And then the usual thing, good job guys, great performance, blah blah blah. But then he's actually dead. And then it's just like another one of those things that Hotline Miami 2 does, where it still just throws all of these curveballs at you. I think it's even more so just full of stuff that's just there to confuse you and make you wonder, okay, what the fuck's actually going on? Why did someone swap out my boys' rounds for real rounds? Followed up with the writer. Yeah. Again, I'm going to try and not talk too much about the story. Because it's the same thing as in Hotline Miami 1. There's like so much stuff that you have to read into the details about and all that kind of stuff. Like right here, you'll notice that we got the fans over here, and then, who's this? What's this guy doing here? Isn't he supposed to be dead? What? Jacket and Biker alive? In this day of age? Something's not right. And then it's with this that we're introduced to a brand new character with a brand new playstyle. Kind of like how they introduce Evan as well. Like, so is it he kills a dude, but then regrets it instantly afterwards. You can see him like being like, oh shit, trying to give him CPR and all that. He'll run in and call for help. And it's with that we're introduced to this guy's playstyle. So the thing that Evan Wright does, the writer, is he is a pacifist, and he'll disarm guns, as well as just knock dudes out, instead of actually killing them. As you can see. And initially folk were like really put off by this character, because he's like not like the gory thing that all of the traditional characters are doing. And I was a little bit of the same. Mainly because I remember, so you can like just get through this guy's levels by just using melee weapons and all that, and doing it like so, but here's what makes this guy's gameplay appealing, and it's something I've really learned to enjoy over the years. Like now, especially now that I prioritize just disarming weapons whenever I can, there's just this great satisfaction to carrying it out. But then there's like, but it's tricky as well, and it kind of plays into this other thing that Evan can do. So let's see if I can like just lure these guys into the right bit. Let's see, maybe I can do the same with this guy. Take their guns away, right. Another thing you can do with him is you can go overboard on his executions, and if you do that twice, and just turn these guys' faces into pulp, that's when he'll toss his jacket off, and now you have access to pretty much what everyone else can do in the game. Now he's killing people, now he does the 1, 2, 3, now he can pick up guns and shoot people down and all that kind of stuff, and it makes the level easier for you. And there is something I kind of like about that. It kind of embodies that feeling you would get from the first game, or just Hotline Miami in general, where you would start off quite mellow playing the game until you would get stuck, and you'd just be banging your head against a wall until you get frustrated, and then you just throw all caution to the wind and just, you know, let it all go. This is like the most mechanical version of that feeling you would get from Hotline Miami 1. And I think the I think the representation of that is just, I love it. But it ultimately kind of makes the guy not really stand out from anyone else. Evan's gameplay seems to shine the most when you're going for his pacifist style of fighting. Plus you get more points for playing like that as well. It's again the kind of thing that really forces you to play the way these characters would initially do it. So you grab a gun here, grab a gun there, knock that guy down, whack. He's such a fast character. He's probably the fastest character to play as. And I think it's because of that it gives Evan kind of his appeal in terms of gameplay. He may not have like the gory aspect, but he definitely has that busy combo building aspect. And he does it in such a unique way as well. Plus there's just a great sense of humor behind the, what is it? So what is it? There's basically punching the guy's legs out. And then just these absurd, like, this guy's arm's broken, this guy's in writhing pain. This guy is like clenching onto his head because I punched him too hard. This guy's probably been winded or something. And I love that idea. I think that guy's like full. That reminds me of like the Family Guy. Like, remember like in Family Guy, whenever someone would like get knocked down to the ground or something. Hold on. It's such a specific thing. But it's only the fall pose. You know what I mean? It's always specifically this position in Family Guy. He's like, why? It's always this thing going on with the legs just being like misbent and all that shit. And there it is again. You see what I mean? It's always the legs that are like the legs and the arm and that. And I think that is exactly what they were going for with this fucking guy over here. You know what I mean? Oh, shut up. I think this is one of the only levels where you don't actually have to take out all the dudes as well. Like, you can just go in to this room and then the game's over. And then there we go. Everyone just comes over and looks at you in shock. This guy's moving up. This will be a good level to showcase all the masks, I think. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that. Starting with the traditional Corey. This is such a good level, man. It's kind of that nice mix between Hotline Miami 2's new, you know, bigger level thing that people don't seem to like, and these closed spaces sort of thing that make it a lot easier to just run at people. Here's the thing, because like Hotline Miami 2, they wanted to make this game a little... Dennaton wanted to make this game just a bit more challenging, and well, it pretty much is. But it's not like... I wouldn't say it's challenging for the wrong reasons. I definitely wouldn't even go as far to say that it's too hard. It's just, again, it's just people who aren't using the look button. And I think playing as Corey is probably the best example of that. Like, there you go, it's done. It's easy, bro. No, really, it's like, once you get used to just using the look button, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. And then if I use Tony, so like, With a lot of people, they say that Tony is like a very unfitting mask for this level, but we'll see, we'll see. Definitely not for this floor, because again, he can just ram through people like it's nothing. Because I can definitely see why this guy would not be too fitting for a more open, spaced environment like this. But again, a lot of what Tony does is he baits people towards him. And just like that, you can't go too wrong. Just again, as long as you're using the look button, because it gives you such a better idea of what's coming up before it actively attacks you from beyond the screen. That's the counter to that sort of situation. And I don't think enough people seem to realize that either. Because I've seen people who complain about like the open-ended stuff, and they do this thing where like, what is it? They'll use the look button, but then they'll let it go and then go up, still kind of blinding themselves to it. You just gotta hold it down and then just kind of anticipate, especially when you got guns, just zoom and fire, man. Like, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, go on. And then especially with like these two powerhouses, man, like these guys are about to turn this fucking level into Swiss cheese. Because you can also use the gun to just bait people towards you and then just shred through them like it's nothing. Decapitate people while they're up against a wall. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do hard mode for this level. And we'll see what we're up against then. Sitting here. Yeah. Let's do hard mode with this level. I wanna see. I'll do it with all the masks. And see how I feel about it. Because hard mode is harsh, like. But I wanna kinda go off of memory and see how I get on with it. Because the idea is, the guns kind of run out of... No, the guns have half the amount of ammo when you pick them up. But if you throw them and pick them up again, they deplete each time. It's a very harsh mechanic. So... I kind of just want to use this to just kind of showcase how well you can still just get on as long as you just kind of know what you're doing. You see what I mean? It's just a... It seems to mostly just be a matter of just knowing the game's mechanics. And you'll be alright. Get that guy who gets up. And let's see, what if I go over, get this guy, and then let's see, so that is an unpredictable situation. I don't know what's going on down there. So I think ideally just what I want to do, right, is grab a bat for this as well. Grab a bat, go over, make sure we're still clear. Right, and then I'm just going to rush into this room so it gets me a little closer and I can get a better understanding of the situation. Two guys, right. Got a gun right here, but it's empty. So let's just throw it at that guy, bait this dude, do that, and then... Oh, that could have gotten the other guy. I would have looked pretty cool if I'd done that. And again, a big part of Hotline Miami is still just kind of trial and error. Kind of learning from what went wrong the last time. and then just kind of building upon your strategy to do it. Let's see. Get up closer. Now it's just the one guy, so I can just... There we go. He's done. And then all I gotta worry about is this direction. And again, this isn't really from like a preset plan or anything. I'm just putting it together on the go. If anything, this just kind of feels like how I felt playing the first game, before I knew how anything worked. See, there we go. Take care of that guy, and then it's just one. And because the guy standing still, they don't really react to noise, so it doesn't really matter how much noise you make. It's just based on whether they see you. And then you can still adapt to that situation. Based off that, I'll do a little trial fire. Got a big guy over there, so what I'm gonna do is I'll wait until he's a little out of the way and I'll grab his shotgun. And there we go. Still relatively just painless, you know. And they'll do this for some of the harder levels in the game, I think. Because overall, you get the idea. It's just kinda... It's all in the look button. Again, it is all in the look button, and then stuff like this just becomes relatively painless, no matter how difficult they make some of the side mechanics, like managing your ammo and all that kind of stuff. I think the AI reacts a bit faster in hard mode as well. And then they put like some more challenging enemies and like some more demanding areas. And even then, like for the most part, if you want to make the game a little easier for yourself, you bring a firearm with you into the next floor. Let's see then. And there we go. I'm basically just back in the position I was before. Okay, I prefer that. And again, I think it's just like keeping up a pace as well. You keep moving to the next thing you're able to do, and you observe your surroundings fast, and you'll be fine. I think folk are just being kind of crybabies when they're talking about this game is too hard. Yeah, nah, we'll just kind of go from here. Because again, I'm not going to cover the story too much. Because again, while I kind of know pretty much everything that's going on in the second game as well, because I've like spent the time like looking into like all the confusion myself, and then taking a look at like other people's theories and all that, and piecing together what I think I believe, what I don't. I've been able to put together my own big picture of what's going on fictionally in the game and all that, and it's still just fun to figure out. It's the same sort of thing that you get from the first game. But this time, it's just a bigger puzzle. That's basically all it is. And folk have kind of been learning to appreciate that a little bit more and that sort of thing. It's more of an emotional game than it is in the first game. It takes you on more of a roller coaster in that sense. The second game has much bigger feelings than the first game does as well. One thing I quite like about this level is it encourages you. So, what is it? The henchman. The henchman that you play as starts off with 12 bullets with a silenced pistol. And there are 12 guys on this first floor. So you get an achievement if you can clear out this entire floor without missing a shot. I'm gonna see if I can do that now. And again, it's all about like getting close enough so you can guarantee a proper shot sort of thing. Because this is generally not that accurate a gun. You want to get up quite close. There we go. There you go. And there we go. And again, it kind of comes down to like distinguishing what enemies are what as well. Like if it's got a gun, then that's kind of your be careful, make sure you can rush them quickly. Or more often than not, you throw something at them and you'll be fine. And then with melee guys, you've not really got much to worry about. Let's see, because that's all just melee guys in there. So really, my situation is just go up and hit this guy, and then the rest just kind of does itself, you know? Hotline Miami 2 is very much a game that doesn't give you that difficult a time if you're really familiar with the mechanics in the first game. It's for people who have had their fill of the first game and want something new. You kind of don't come to Hotline Miami 2 until you pretty much had enough of the first game, but you still love it. What's like the simplest way to describe that? Because like back when I just had Hotline Miami 1, I was spending so much time in the game, trying out all the different ways to play it and all that kind of stuff. We're just testing like how fast I could get through the game and all that. And I think it was through that I got all of my experience from the first game. So applying all of that, the only thing that I wasn't using much in the first game was the look button. Because yeah, in the first game you didn't have to because in the first game you didn't have to use the look button all that much. Given that, yeah, the spaces were a lot more closed off. That's really like the only big thing that the second game requires you to do outside of the first game. I don't know. I think I'm just going off on rants now, but you know what I mean. You know what I mean. This will probably be a good level to showcase the fans as well. Should I really do that though? It'll take me too long, I think. Yeah, I think from now on, I'm just gonna pick the more fitting characters for the job. Yeah, Alex and Ash, man. Hold on, I think I noticed something. I think you can shoot at the DJ here and they'll like just duck out of cover while you're shooting them. Again, just like it's a little thing, but I love seeing that it's there. And again, just shredding through levels with these two. There's not really that much to stress about in Hotline Miami 2. Again, just as long as you're aware of the mechanics as a whole. And I get, look, because I'm making it sound simple, and I get that it takes time to do that in any game, but again, that's precisely what Hotline Miami 2 is going for. It's for those who played through the first game. It reminds me of the old Tomb Raider games as well, because what was it? So there was Tomb Raider 1 and 2, and then there was Tomb Raider 3, which was like the hardest game in like the entire franchise, and people dunked on it hard for being too hard. But again, it was the game that was designed for those who were just that familiar with Tomb Raider's mechanics now. And it's just yeah, it's a very common thing to see people really get disgruntled by this sort of thing in computer games, or computer game sequels and all that kind of stuff. And I just feel like it makes me think of Dark Souls, right? And it's just odd to me, because it's like, if games like Dark Souls and what was it? Is it From Software? From Software that makes those games. I think that's it. If From Software can get away with making games as brutal as that, and I'm telling you, I hate playing those games, but I can acknowledge that they're good. I can acknowledge that they are very good games, in terms of what it is that they're going for and what they want to do. I hate playing them because they're not my style of gameplay, and it just doesn't merge well with its difficulty as well for me, because I just don't care for slower paced combat and that sort of stuff in a difficult game. If we're talking difficulty, I really enjoy difficulty in faster paced games like Hotline Miami. But that's just the thing. Hotline Miami isn't nearly as hard as like Dark Souls and stuff like that. It's not. And it's just funny to me to see people go whining about Hotline Miami 2, saying it's too hard. But then we'll see games like Dark Souls get praised to high heaven for its unrelenting will to be difficult games. And they'll get praised to the sun for it. I like what we got the fans here, learning that they were back in the army during the Hawaiian War within the universe. And here we go, we got that guy playing his Game Boy over here as well. I think that's awesome. Right, here we go. So, the base premise with Beard, or Nicholas, or just the soldier in general, is you go into his levels picking only one weapon to bring with you. And that's going to be the weapon that will serve you throughout the entirety of the level. You don't drop it or anything like that. So you have to look after, or you have to closely manage the ammo that you get for it. And I think we'll explore a bit of that. We'll explore a bit of that now. Kind of like what I did with the fans. I think that's only fair. Yeah. The assault rifle really is just my least favorite. It's very difficult to work with because of how quickly it runs out of ammo. So you really find yourself having to use the knife a lot of the time. And I think it's a little more tricky to like get your worthwhile using it on, well, just in situations in general. And combat situations are a lot more strict, because the soldiers are the fastest reacting dudes in the game. So you find a lot of the action feeling very twitchy, very jumping out at them, trying to give yourself like very little room for error sort of thing. And that is mostly made the most insufferable when you're working with weapons like the assault rifle or the shotgun or the LMG. They don't do much of anything special, and it kind of drags away from enjoying the gameplay. It's difficult to find a flow in the soldier's gameplay when the weapons don't work with you too well. And the assault rifle is the worst offender, I think. Because once you kind of start using it on a more common, in one of the more common situations, and that is when enemies are kind of farther away from you. Baiting these guys in isn't the most reliable thing to do because they react so quickly to you. more often than not, you're going to find that using a gun is more appropriate. But it's just not as compatible with the earlier weapons. So I'll try and clear this out now with the assault rifle, but yeah, no, I'm definitely going to have a more difficult time doing that. Simply because... well, I've not got enough ammo. And it seems that utilizing the gun more often is the only way to find a fluent way to play. And it's only in that sense that playing as the soldier is more enjoyable that way. You know what I mean? And I think I only got lucky there just because, well, I was using the knife up until that point. And I think the shotgun is a bit of an improvement, but the shotgun kind of has a thing going on with it where reloading is such a hindrance. And it all kind of comes down to the fact that you can't control when you reload. The only times that you can reload the shotgun is when you empty the gun. And then you have to go through this long reload animation to fill it back up again. So I'm going to try and use it appropriately. Like right there. Typically the gun is a little more ideal to use just whenever there so happens to be distance between you and your targets. And that's how you find like a fluent way to play. So we'll see how well that serves me. Yeah, so once the... yeah, and I can't switch to the knife while I'm reloading. So it's just a big part of what makes the shotgun so awkward to work with, because, again, reloading it just takes such a long time. So I'm forced to kind of use the much slower and a lot more awkward method. And that's using the knife. And it's so awkward to use, again, because of how fast the enemy's reaction times are. And again, I'm not upset about like how the enemies behave or anything like that. And I'm barely even upset about like how the soldier works either. It is, again, just primarily the first three weapons that just don't serve the gameplay very well. They're quite a hindrance. Because now I'm in a situation where I can't really use the shotgun unless I can find some way to take somebody out without attracting attention. And I think this is a part of why I was finding the soldier so difficult to enjoy when I first started playing this, back when I got Hotline Miami 2 10 years ago. And I think I stand by it a little more even today. The shotgun and the rifle and the LMG are just not that endearing to me. And I think is a big part of why folk did not like the soldier either. I think it's a big part of why folk say that the soldier's gameplay was very slow-paced. Which ultimately kind of decimated that faster pace that Hotline Miami typically provides. Yeah, there's a lot of having to compensate for how slow the shotgun is. A lot of having to back away, and it's very disempowering, if that's a real word. I don't feel very equipped for the situation. And then I think that kind of carries across to this one. So this is like the first proper weapon that you unlock, the first unique weapon that you unlock for the soldier. And it's, again, it's a machine gun. But one thing I find interesting about it is that it doesn't reload. The ammo that you see in the bottom left is the ammo that you start with, and that's the full gun right there. So if I try and use that in what I think is an appropriate manner, it feels good to shoot though. It is a heavy feeling weapon, and that was alright for now. But the thing is, it's kind of the same thing as the rifle. It starts with the same amount of ammo. The only difference being that it doesn't reload. So I think that's like the one thing that it has going for it, that you never have to reload the thing. All the ammo you get is all the ammo that you have available in the gun straight off the bat. But I don't know, it's still just not quite... It doesn't feel very... It doesn't feel fun to use. Which is quite a shame, because I quite like the sound of it as well. It's alright, it's just... It's missing something. And I think these three weapons really do put the soldier in a very misunderstood position. Because these days, I actually really like the soldier. I think he's got some of the most interesting gameplay that the whole series has to offer. It's just that it doesn't really get a chance to shine earlier on. It doesn't let you savor this this whole different feeling in a good way. It doesn't carry across the militaristic style of play in such a way that's very appealing. There we go, just. And I think that was just enough ammo for the entire thing. But again, the levels get bigger later on, and let's see. And once you run out of ammo, it's not over when you run out of ammo. Because once you do, there's usually a box of ammo somewhere in each floor. Well, somewhere in the level where it's going to service you most. And that's fine. But I think in these three weapons cases, the amount of ammo you get back in return, because you don't get the full amount of ammo you had before. You only get a fraction of what you had. So I think with like the shotgun, you only get 4 shells back. With the with the machine gun, I think you only get like 10 rounds or something like that. And that will disappear so fast. And I think it's similar with the machine gun, although I think you get 20 rounds back with that one. Now the sniper and the flamethrower, these two are a whole different story. The sniper rifle is a much more balanced experience, I think. The sniper rifle introduces a very unique take on this kind of gameplay. And I think the first thing about that is it's so much easier to conserve ammo for this thing. Not only that, the sniper rifle does a couple of things that no other weapon in the game does. First off, the bullets fly fast as anything. You may as well consider it a hit scan. And that is great for when you gotta aim all the way across the map sort of thing. You can gain yourself a great advantage from a great distance using this thing. And what's more is typically this is as far as you can look with the average character. In fact, well, this is actually quite a cramped space. Let's see if the next area over will kind of help us out here. No. Now we need to find a bigger space, I think. A bigger space. I think that'll do. I think that'll do. Yeah, this'll do. So you'll notice, so typically when you use the look button, this is as far as you can look, and it's perfectly fine for the average situation anyway. But with the sniper rifle, when you equip that, you can peer across. You can peer so far across the map, you wouldn't believe it. And just as long as you can coordinate, at least with the controller, if you can coordinate which direction you're pointing the stick in and associate that roughly with where the target is pointing, you can have such an easy time just doming dudes across the map and that. And again, the sniper rifle is so easy to conserve ammo for, because it's just a single firing weapon. You see what I mean? You see what I mean? This thing is cool. And I think the soldiers' weapons should have been a little more along the lines of this. Especially when you're reloading it, it makes next to no difference how long it takes to reload. And then because of how the sniper rifle behaves, it makes it so much easier to differentiate when to use the weapons and when to use your knife. And then somehow the gameplay just has this extra bit of flow to it. You see what I mean? And I think it's because of how much more distance you have, you can catch these guys off guard easily, because you can now use the wider open spaces to your advantage now. The soldier gets some of the most wide open spaces in the game, and I think that is mostly tailored to the fact that this guy gets the sniper rifle later on. And I love it so much. But then even better than that, once you've beaten all of his levels, you finally get to unlock the flamethrower, like we got to see in Hotline Miami's prototype. This is the weapon that they finally get to add, because they wanted to include the flamethrower, but they wanted to stay within the theme of Hotline Miami and like apartments and stuff like that. But now, this thing will destroy anything in its fucking wake. And the ammo for it is abundant. Even if you run out of fuel for this thing, the amount of ammo you get back is like nearly half, and that is pretty much more than enough. This thing is so fun to use in terms of just decimating levels. And with that, this is when the gameplay for the soldier just peaks. Either when you're using the sniper rifle and you want like that tactical edge on the field, or the flamethrower where if you just want to go in guns blazing. This is the Rambo gun. And the distance on this thing is lethal as well. And it kills everything instantly, even the bigger guys. So you can very much just sweep a weapon. So you can very much just sweep an entire room with a thing and it's over. Like what you saw I just did earlier. There we go. Like, hold on. Let's see. Yeah, and for the most part, it's just decimated. So yeah, Beard really does get some of the most interesting gameplay. They just it just doesn't shine earlier on. It is not until you get the last two weapons that you can actually fully enjoy it. Whether that's a more balanced experience you're looking for, or something just a little more chaotic. Let's see, what if I take it from this angle? That's a bit better. Because again, you're not invincible. You still got to manage yourself quite a bit. But essentially, it really does just turn the gameplay back into that fast-paced action that you kind of come to expect from Hotline Miami. It is still there. It's just annoying that you kind of have to wait to unlock it first. But after that, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. I think it's because of that the Dennaton they understand that there's still people here that are looking for a game, but I think on a first time playthrough they really wanted to kind of I think they really kind of wanted to cage you in the first time around, to really kind of force you to experience something quite different, something quite disempowering and all that kind of stuff, maybe. But they still didn't forget. They still didn't forget, especially in the soldier's case, to make things fun at the end of the day. And yeah, no, the soldier is like the prime example of that. Right, so I'm not going to spend my time doing... Let's see. I think Corey will be quite fitting for this, actually, for what's to come. And again, just as I was talking about, like, unlocking things along the way, the fans also meet this sort of awkward progression thing when you're playing through the game for the first time. So this will be the level where you have Mark unlocked, so naturally you're going to want to play as him. But this level does such an awkward thing where they start you off with like a very underwhelming first floor. By design, that's not my problem. Because it's playing like the same track as the first level is and all that. It's there to create that feeling of disappointment, that feeling of, huh? Especially since you come to expect a unique track for every single level that you play as. So when you're met with a level complete so early on and there was like no challenge here, it makes you wonder, huh? What was that all about? There's nothing going on. They even express it right here. They're like, that's all there is to it? Until, you know, it's revealed, oh right, the real level is in here. And then you can get back to it. But the awkward thing about this and unlocking Mark here and now is that you're gonna have wasted like a bunch of ammo doing all of this just to get to the next part of the level, and now you're like missing a bunch of bullets that you could have been using for the real thing. And that's why I kind of opt to use Corey for this level, because I think it's a little more fitting for her. Because these kind of wide open spaces kind of accommodate her role a little bit more. And again, as usual, as long as you're using the look button, you will be fine for the most part. So you don't do something stupid like that. Yeah, and then you see what I mean. You use the look button to create more distance between you and the bad guys. And then as long as you got a firearm on you, which again, with big open spaces like this, that's kind of the thing that emphasizes that you ideally want to be using guns for this kind of situation. So this is the hardest level in the game. Had a lot of people struggle with this level. And I won't deny, I've had like my fair share of like scrapes with this level as well. But I would argue not enough to the point that I would say it was too hard. These guys are quite tricky though. You kind of have to expose yourself for a longer period of time. They're a bit of like a timing enemy. And those guys are tricky. They're quite tricky. Again, you'll find I'm not struggling that much because, again, I'm just using the look button. It's all in the look button. Ain't nothing about it. Use the silence gun to pick off as many of these guys as you can. It's like how the guys making Doom Eternal described the combat for that game. That it's very much like a puzzle combat game. And I think that's very much the kind of element that Hotline Miami 2 is going for as well. Using all the tools you have at hand to work out the best approach to every given situation. Now that over there looks a bit risky. I can't really take on that unless I get a gun. So, with all of these guys really just being melee based, I think it's a better chance for me to like just rush in, grab a gun of my choice, clear these guys out. Except I got a little bit unlucky there. Okay, fair enough. Maybe I got shot from off screen that time, not really expecting it. Okay, that'll do. So, now I know. Take care of some of those guys up there. And then, I ain't got firearm on me right now, but I do have something I can throw, so again, just go in, throw a thing at him, take him out like that. And I know that's okay to do because there ain't nobody down here. They're all dead, bro. And there we go. It really is just a matter of taking what you tried, acknowledging what went wrong, and then adjusting your strategy. And it's a very similar thing to what the first game does. Just now it's doing it on a slightly grander scale. Which is intimidating at first, it really is. Especially when you're just jumping into the game and you're not used to it. But, when you just remember... Huh? Huh? You see what I mean? It doesn't have to be that difficult for you. It does not have to be that difficult for you. Especially once you kind of get down how all the different enemies behave. Because look, if I just clear out this little spot here, the consistent thing so this is one thing that Hotline Miami 2 also does a lot better than the first game. The first game, the AI was very unpredictable. It was supposed to be more predictable, but like, you would find that it was quite random whether enemies were going to react to you or not, how long it was going to take for them to react to you, and that sort of thing. In Hotline Miami 2, that is polished. That is fixed now. So now, this is actually perfect. So you'll see the guy at the pipe to the left there. He'll react to noise. But the guy who's just standing there will never react to gunfire. Never. I could empty out every single shot in this gun and he will never react because he's a static enemy. That's how that works. The static dudes don't react to sound. They react to seeing you. That sort of thing. So once you kind of bear that in mind, and you can get an idea of what these guys are doing up here, you'll kind of find that your priority is kind of picking off those who are moving in the near vicinity. And again, there's a lot of cover to work with here. And you just kind of bear that in mind. You use everything in the environment to your advantage. And I could probably hear what some folk are saying if they feel like that's a lot more to think about than in the first game. And that's fair enough. I hear what you're saying. But it's not too hard. It's just an expansion on the challenge. That's all it is. I think I'll stand by one thing that Dennis Wadeen said about the second game in the documentary video about the 2 Hotline Miami games. He said, all you gotta do, really, is just use your brain, bro. You just gotta think about how you're going to appropriately tackle each situation. And it's all the more easy to do in this game because the AI is so consistent. The most inconsistent thing you're going to get from the AI is the guys who randomly wander around by design. That's the worst it's going to get. But for the most part, it's not going to put that much, it's not going to damage your experience that much. It just keeps you on your toes. And there we go. Hotline Miami 2 is too hard. Yeah, okay, man. In fact, now this could be the point where things just go wrong for me. Because that's the hardest level in the game. And what I'm going to try it in hard mode. For science, let's try it in hard mode. Because I reckon using guns in this level is going to be a lot more difficult. So I think my main priority would be to just kind of lure these guys out as soon as I can and take care of them. And there we go, we're quite clear. Probably go down here because this is where I'll get the closest shot. And I'll go boom, boom. Maybe use this weapon or something. Make it easier for myself. And then these guys are kind of a new addition. So these guys can't be killed with gunfire. They can be attracted by gunfire though. So I think what I'm going to do, because ammo depletes every time I drop a weapon, I'm just going to use what I've got here to take care of this guy. There we go. Right. Now I'm just going to talk my way through it. Just talk my way how I get the thing to work. And again, these are not preset strategies. These are just me adapting to the situation as I go. There we go. That was a tricky shot, but here we go. We've got another gun here. There we go. That's the first level. That's the first floor cleared. And I'm gonna trust that I've got enough ammo for the next floor. So, okay. So there's a lot of pressure that's putting me under straight off the bat. But when I call this real, the game's too hard, it's arguable, but is it really? Is it that the game is too hard, or is it just that it's kind of throwing me straight into the action and I'm really not losing much dying to this point? So, the most that I really need to do is just think, okay, I just need to start strafing as soon as I respawn. And then, I can just angle my bullets right. And there we go, that takes care of the first main problem. And then there we go, we got some breathing room again. So again, demanding, yes. But more so just a part of the challenge, not necessarily that it's too hard. Kind of like the master levels from Doom Eternal. That's how I like to think of it. So we got this guy who's kind of coming for us, and that's going to be awkward. That's going to be awkward for me. But if I just practice my herding skills, there we go. We got another level clear. It's again just about thinking about your situation a little more. One thing that Hotline Miami does quite different with the gameplay is it's not as hypnotic as it was in the first game. And I do miss that quite a little bit. I do miss that feeling of just zoning out and just kind of letting things play out for themselves until eventually it just works out. There's still that element of adjusting your strategy as you go, but it is a lot more loose. While in here, there's a hard emphasis on having to solve the puzzle. And if that's not what you want from this game, then alright, I can understand that. But it's still not too hard, it's just a different feel. That's all it is, but essentially, if you are a fan of the first game's gameplay, at its core, you're gonna be fine playing Hotline Miami 2. Let's see then. Yeah, that'll do. 10 bullets in there. So I'm just gonna try and align that there. Because again, it's gonna be quite different doing this because enemies react to you faster. Usually the knack with dogs is to not confront them at doors because that's when they can kind of jank you to death. The consistent way to deal with them is to always allow them like some running room before you confront them. So I'll make sure I'm clear there. Yeah, now I'm relatively fine in this position. Let's see, I toss my knife at that guy. Well, never mind. Go back and get something to shoot with. What do it? That'll do it. Ooh, risky. But nothing I can't quite handle. Now this is an interesting situation. This definitely puts me in a hella tight spot. But again, I think just using your baiting skills and all that. Let's see, let's say I get that guy over here. Is there any other dogs? No. So this is going to be very awkward for me. And I really do need to think how I'm going to get past this. So, I'll just kind of start with this same thing that I did before. Well, since he's coming close. And the dog's coming as well. That gives me a little more breathing room. That guy's taken care of. And then I'm going to need to work out how I'm going to clear out all of that. Or maybe at least get past it. Okay. Ooh, yeah, no, that is demanding. But, again... So we do that. So we take care of you. And then again, you can use the doors as cover as well, to hide yourself a little bit. think in this particular situation, it really does approach the combat in a way that the first game never really has. So it is very different in that regard. Let's see. Yeah, okay. So I think in terms of hard mode, this is probably the most awkward part of the game. Because I think I've kind of got a strategy down, but it is janky. Okay. Yeah, no, that is touchy as fuck. I'll try one thing. Because who knows? Maybe you just gotta adjust your strategy a bit. Oh wait, I can go down here. Oh, not reliably though. One idea I've got... Oh no, I'll get gunned down though if I go that way. Oh no! Right, let's take care of the rest of these guys. And then, is that the last one? Just take him out. There we go. Yeah, no, that was definitely... You kind of got to skits your way past that one. Because I think even knowing all the mechanics on that, you kind of need to twitch your way through that. So alright, I'll give you one part in the game that is in hard mode. But then again, then it just kind of gets back to the usual thing. Just using the look button to make it easier for yourself. Going in when it makes sense. Take that guy out, yeah, then we're pretty much home free. So again, for the most part, getting by this isn't so bad, but I think this part here was definitely just a bit skits, which that can remain subjective in terms of like what hard mode should be. Because I get that, like, it's supposed to be brutal experience, hard mode, and all that kind of stuff, but that is just a little bit skis. Because what was it I had to do? I fucking had to take care of the two melee guys in here, which is easy. Bait the two guys out of here. Get them into cover before a dog gets here and then knocks me out. And then all of that was fine. But it was once you had to use the very limited ammo that are in these guns to take care of like two big guys at once, all while like the fucking cavalry is coming around the corner for you as well. Then you have to do this jank thing where you kind of cover yourself with the door and like close it And that's like your only best chance, provided you were able to take down the two big guys in the first place. And then it's like at this bit where it's all just kind of down to chance. So yeah, that one is a little bit weird. But definitely not what I experience in the normal mode, for sure. So again, this will be like one of them challenging levels that really put you on the spot in terms of what the fans can do. There we go. That's all I needed. I just needed the bass to drop. Yeah, this is one of those levels that I've really grown to appreciate over time. Because it's one of the... This is the level... This is the level that really lets you use the fans' abilities to their greatest extent. Yeah, something about getting to use this guy's abilities to like their fullest potential. Feels so smooth. Because again, he's so simple to use. So it's kind of fun to see him get like this hella juggle fest for his section. No, not quite. So what we'll do, oh my god, that'll do. Yeah, one thing I noticed about Ash when he's carrying a gun is he's a little bit... He seems to fire in the direction he's facing first before he points in the direction you want to fire. So that's fair enough, jank. Don't use the double barrels with this guy. They suck. Oh my god! They're dead! And what is it? Manny will come up, finish him, and then finish off the rest of them. And then this is when like the story itself just takes like a depressing turn. Not necessarily for the story itself, but more for like a gameplay standpoint now. Because it's from this point on that we don't get to play as the fans anymore. They're all dead. Meaning that the most exotic way to play this game is like gone now. And that's where the story itself just begins to fuck with your... It's the part of the game that really just starts to fuck with your feelings in terms of like what to expect going forward now. But yeah, no, again, the references in here are great. I like that we're now seeing like the Super Nintendo as well. That's kind of cool. Some more Ninja Turtles. Some BB guns. It's like a Batman blanket. Again, there's a lot to take in. 'Cause I notice how like the color palette of the game isn't quite as vivid as it is in the first game. But what the art style does have in this game is that it's a lot sharper. Oh, and then because I know all the tricks, So we're either going to go see Richter's mum, or we're gonna go see Biker. And then here's probably like arguably the lowest moment of the game, man. Going from such a high feeling to now playing as the pacifist. But again, it's not really so bad once you learn to accommodate what it is that the writer is going for. But yeah, it's definitely like one of them feelings that is a little bit overwhelming to deal with, especially in a first time playthrough. It just kind of puts you in that mental state of fuck. I think this is like a moment in the story as well where it's not directly about what the character is going through, It's more about what you're going through. Because right now, well, no, because Evan's kind of experiencing that feeling of like just having gone through a divorce now. Because like there's like this weird jump that he's experiencing, sort of thing. But more so, yeah, the atmosphere that just everything is going for, like everything's just kind of grey looking and miserable. And so is the track that's playing in the background as well, and then that paired with like what most people would see is like the most boring way to play the game. Is definitely like overbearing. Again, I know all the tricks, so check this out. Yeah, sorry pal, your gang gone, bro. And there we go. Not bad, not bad. So yeah, this is like one of the secret areas to visit, and because of like all of Hotline Miami's like intentional trips sort of thing, this is like one of the most confusing areas in the game. Because right now, I think just about everyone in here should be dead, apart from Biker, ourselves, and Manny Pardo, who's here for some reason. And you can walk in on him as well. And then there's this guy who's like an additional character to the level editor, but we didn't know that beforehand, but now he is. So you naturally would have thought that this is like all of the playable characters in the story, but then there's like this guy over here, and I don't really know if he counts. Yeah, there's a lot of mystery around this, and it's kind of confusing, because if it was all the playable characters he play as, it would have been Jacket would be here, but he's not. There he is. This is basically him telling Evan about his experience in Hotline Miami 1, just in a sort of drunken way. So Evan just can't really take him very seriously. I think in a lot of the dialogue as well within Hotline Miami, even like both of the games, there'll sometimes be like deeper meanings behind like what characters will tell you and stuff, and there'll be like even deeper hints to what the story's about. And it's again why I'm not really going to explore this too much, because it would take up too much time, and it really is just better off experienced yourself, considering how vague by design it is. A big part of the fun is just working it out for yourself. And then when you really just find yourself stuck, you just kind of go online and look at other like theory videos and stuff like that. Oh my god. I'm looking forward to going to bed. Right, what we gonna do? Flamethrower or sniper rifle? Because I ain't doing any of these three. We went over why these three weapons are just not really that practical, so we're just gonna... Let's do the sniper. I think the sniper rifle is a fair way to go. I think it'll help drive across that point as well of like why Hotline Miami 2 just isn't that hard. Because it is hard, it's challenging for sure, but it's not too hard. It's not as bad as people make it out to be. There we go, we're fine. That guy there. And then, I saw one of the guys walk out over here as well. Take care of him. And then, I think what I'll do is I'll shoot that guy from about here. There we go. Yeah, I really hope it does show just how satisfying the sniper rifle is to use. You see what I mean? Just getting those long shots with the thing. I think I'd rather shoot that guy, take you out. Because yeah, the sniper rifle really does just give a great sense of being surgical. There you go. Because you'll miss a shot or two sometimes. But for the most part, you'll like land a hit and it feels good. And I kind of like that the game just sort of starts to pick up at this point again as well. It doesn't leave you in misery for too long usually. Because it can be pretty easy to be tricked into thinking that you're playing like the shittest part of the game here. At the end of the day, it's really not that bad. Especially once you get the good guns for this character. And then again, like, you just use the distance to your advantage, man. It's kind of like what people were saying about windows and stuff and feeling like the windows are unfair. But again, you can just use this stuff to your advantage and you'll be alright. Okay, so this is the first time I've run out of ammo. But I think with the sniper rifle, 4 bullets, it's alright. It's alright. I've kind of put myself in an awkward position there. But empty the gun and just kind of refill it there. This is when the gameplay does kind of get a little bit awkward if you've gone a little too liberal with your ammo. And to be fair, maybe I was kind of using the sniper a little more than I should have. And again, a part of this, what makes the sniper so useful is it does just drop the big guys in one go. Oftentimes you gotta kind of unload into them and then there's like this delay before they die. Big rifle gun over here makes it a breeze. There we go. And again, that's just relatively painless. My boy Jake. I like that this guy is just like doesn't seem to acknowledge that what he's listening to is an answering machine. Show me some goddamn respect. Respect my authority. My guy got himself a big truck as well. Visiting 50 blessings. Like he's just figured it out. I love this part of the game where like Jake is pretty much sussing out the entire thing right here on the spot. Being the stupidest character in the game, and he's the guy who figures the whole fucking thing out. And what's more is he's just there being like, wanting to be a part of it, and all it's doing is making him look conspicuous in front of the very guys that he's working for. I'm just gonna play as like regular Jake, but the other two masks are pretty cool. I like the nail gun. You know what? Yeah, I'll do the nail gun. Cause what is it? I mean, I might as well show them both off. Yeah, let's do it. Right. Okay, so we got the nail gun, and that's basically like it's the same thing as like the henchman's whole deal. So I guess in a sense, this is like the second opportunity you get to play as the henchman. You start with like a silenced weapon and all that. But the thing I really like about the nail gun is it has this great sound to it when you land a hit, which is so unlike any of the guns in the game. Seems so American to use a nail gun as well. Bit of DIY. And I do like that this game kind of has this build up again, back to like, this is just you playing Hotline Miami again. Yeah, no, Jake is definitely one of the more fun vibes in the game. Right, and before I go on with that, because on the last floor, you only get one shot to clear the last floor in the game. So what I'm gonna do is I'll show off the last mask over here. A lot of people love this mask, and I can see why. Basically because, so it's just Tony, right? But this time, it's Tony if you gave him like this berserk ability. And people love it. For some, well, I see why people love it. But it doesn't quite click with me that much. And I think it's because of its like temperamental like downcharge animation. So you're kind of in like a very weak spot when you're using this thing. Especially when there's like big guys around and all that. But let's see. Though it does kind of have its uses, but only kinda. You get like this wild burst of speed. And it's a very unique take on the Tony gameplay, which I do like. I love the irony in seeing Jake use a martial arts weapon as well, being like how given like how much of a proud American he is. Yeah, no, I get it. I get why people like it. It's not quite for me though. Especially because of that little pause in the end there. I guess the idea is to find a safe spot before he has to do the cooldown thing. Stay either. So it is just very touchy when it is you should use the when it is you should use the move and when you shouldn't use it. I do like that though, where you can just you just bowling ball through groups of enemies and they're all gone. So there is that. There is that satisfaction to be had to this ability. It's good. No, it is good. I appreciate it. Right, now I'm just gonna go through it with the regular mask. Again, I like that this level does kind of mirror, well, two levels from Hotline 1. One being the level with the exploding room, and then one being the neighbors one, where you've got like that staircase that leads to like multiple individual apartments. It's still a game that does understand that there's going to be plenty of folk who did come here for that original feel from Hotline 1. And I do like that the game kind of gives you that, just every now and again. While still striving to do its own thing, it does kind of let you kind of gives you that comfort in some of the levels like this. And it's just kind of that thing that kind of... it's like this reassuring feeling, because even though like the fans are all dead and they're probably the most exotic version of this kind of gameplay, it's still not completely gone on us. Especially what with like the mask that allows you to bring a nail gun with you, which is kind of reminiscent of the henchman. And then there's the Tony mask, but it's got like its own drastic flair to it, which is kind of reminiscent of the fans. And then we got Jake with his regular mask being more reminiscent of Hotline Miami 1. Jake does kind of accommodate some of the more exotic ways to play the game. Right, let's see. So in here, I have only got one chance. Yeah, so I've only got one chance to clear this floor. But because I'm good at the game, I think I can do it. I think I can do this without dying. Let's give it a go. Here we go. Not too bad. Yeah. Done for. That's risky. That's risky. Let's see how I just... There we go. We're fine. Oh, we're fine. These guys I'm a bit concerned about, but... Yeah, no, we're fine. Then what's going on in here? Well, they ain't gonna react to my gunshots, because they're static, so... Just kind of gotta... There we go! I'm good at the game. Hello. And again, I think it is just all the more representative of how much easier it is to work with the game's mechanics. This is where we get a secret ending, or a secret thing. The guy we just spooked earlier came to come check on us. He's probably come to make sure that we're dead. We're not. So the dude is just like, yeah, I'm just gonna bring you here for a second. It could be a long night. I'm gonna just go get some coffee and that. Yeah, I'll be right back. I'll be fine. And then if I hit the action button, we grab a floppy disk off the desk. And then that's one loose end taken care of. It's not the canon thing that happens though, because we find Jake dead somewhere else. So canonically, he died, or rather, he got knocked down on that last floor, and then he gets dragged over to a different hotspot, and then he gets executed in the room that Jacket finds him lying dead in. But in this alternate timeline, Evan finds some additional addresses and all that kind of stuff, which gives us a bonus level after the entire game. And we'll explore it. We've got the Colonel. He's having a bit of a meltdown, as you can see. Not his best day. Wearing animal faces and all that. But you'll notice the symbol that's on his head. And this is before any of the events of Hotline Miami, so it's one of them indicators that this guy might have been the founder of 50 Blessings and all that kind of stuff. You'll find that a lot of the methods used within the squad are quite representative maybe? kind of representative of how 50 Blessings operates as a whole as well. The way they use code speak when they're using their walkie-talkies and that. Right, let's use a flamethrower now. Flamethrower. Hotline Miami 2 gives us more climactic levels. Just this bigger feel than the first game ever really gives us. There we go. Again, just relatively simple as long as you just keep everything in, as long as you just keep in all of your abilities in mind. There's plenty of ways to make the game easier for yourself. Yo, playing as the guy himself in his own bloomin' shop in the whole like. And then yeah, this looks very much like the store that we saw the lone survivor guy in and all that. Then we all blew up. And yet, like the first game, the second just does not hesitate to just throw these bits at you where if you're not paying attention to the story, especially your first time around, you just won't know as a whole what's going on. I think it's like maybe not quite as valid this time around to not really be, well, I don't know. I can't imagine many people playing the second game aren't going to be trying to work out the story. So I think it's a part of why they make it a lot more complicated this time around, because they know they know most Hotline Miami fans are going to be paying a bit more attention this time around. So they throw a lot more curveballs your way and all that kind of stuff, and really make you wrinkle your brain in terms of like what it is that's going on as a whole, because there are like some crazy answers to be found in the second game. And I like that there are some points in Hotline Miami 2 that you need to understand like some of the things that you could never figure out in the first game. And then we've got Richter, bro. So this is when, once again, the game just kind of surprises you with an extra character to play as. And it's kind of refreshing to see, especially since they just killed off Jake. It just kind of gave you this idea that all the masked characters are gone. So it's nice that they surprise you with this little cameo where it's like, okay, now we get to play as Richter, the rat guy. Hence, it still doesn't completely strip you of that feel from the first game. It's still not like a one-to-one feel with the first game, because like the first one is a lot more hypnotic, a lot more vibey and all that kind of stuff. While the second game is a bit more tense, for sure. And I think one of my favorite things about the second game is playing as Richter. And we're gonna work out why. So like the first thing we learn about him, he's just looking after his mom. His car is being torched, he's getting threats through 50 blessings and all that. So he's just in a very shit position. And I think that's what makes Richter one of the most compelling characters to not only to experience story-wise, but also to play as, and we're about to see why. They're having to get the bus to places as well. That's gotta be so shit. So right now we ain't seeing much of what's going on. But here's like a part of what really makes Richter compelling to play as. This guy gets some of the most awkward situations to work with in the entire game. And it requires you to be so well tuned with the mechanics that even the slightest misstep is gonna fuck you up. And I think it is a part of like what the story's doing, at least in terms of like the threats that he's getting on the phone now, that what is it, they're kind of gaining leverage over his mother, being like, if you don't do what we say, we're coming after your mom. And it's enough for them to give, and it's enough leverage for them to force Richter to do some of the most difficult jobs in the game. And I love that. And what's more is Richter gets no special abilities. In fact, I think in some cases he is like subtly a bit more hindered than any of the other characters. And I think that feeling really does draw you in to the severity of working for 50 Blessings as a whole. Because most of the other characters kind of bring their own sort of sense of power into their situation, like Jacket just being the Doom guy as a whole, having that freedom to like be creatively cruel to those he's put up against. Then we've got Jake, who just brings like that swagger to it. He's loving it, that sort of thing. He really does bring this sort of power fantasy to the situation. And then is there any other like characters of the time? Biker as well, who just, the guy, even though he wants out, he still just blitzes through his missions like he's in a hurry. That sort of thing. There's always been this sense of power behind these missions. Now we're playing as a guy who is very much just trying to scrape by. And I love that. It is probably one of the most memorable feelings that you get from Hotline Miami as a whole. Because you'll see with like even this layout that there's not much to work with in terms of baiting. There's not much to work with in terms of cover. It's all awkward and it just kind of pins you all the time. Not to the point that you can't like still suss it out, but it's enough that it really puts extra demand on the game. And I think it's probably one of the most fitting times for the story to introduce that to you, because now this is like the second last fragment section, the second last act of the entire game. Because I think one thing that I really wish that they would do with Richter is that they would let you use his silenced Uzi at some point in the game, but it never happens. And the interesting thing about that is I can't imagine that you would if they gave Richter his silenced Uzi. It's like, it's annoying because I love so much what they're going for with his story in the second game. But it like sacrifices that one of the main things that makes him stand out, and that is that he carries a silenced Uzi, bro. So it's like, so it is kind of like I'm torn between two feelings about him, but I still love what we got in the end, because it still kind of fits this whole thing that he was giving off when you get to speak to him in the previous game. That sort of thing that he got. The way he's written kind of gives off this sense that he might not actually be that bad a dude. And then in the second game, it's very much just confirmed. He's probably one of the most relatable, I would think. One of the most relatable characters in the game. We've got stubborn mum insisting that she can look after herself. I think there's something that I really feel about Richter as well, because like, so once again, in the first game, Dennis Wadeen was going through something fucked while they were making the first game, and that was mainly his breakup. Whatever it is he went through during that, and then him having to go to a psych ward for 2 weeks just to be protected from himself. Well, in the second game, and there's something quite poetic about how this all kind of played out, is in the second game, this time it was Jonathan Soderstrom who was going through something really major in his life, and that was he lost his mum. And this is that part of the game that is now just starting to signify, or he was using that experience to basically deliver this part of the story in Hotline Miami 2. And I think a part of what's really hitting me about that these days is not only just this relationship between Richter and his mother, and him just trying to look after her, and her days are just kind of numbered. It's also this thing that life is doing to this character that I think is quite a common thing to happen to a select few people in this world. And that is when life drops something so shit on top of you, no matter what that is, it's something that's really dragged you down to your lowest. And then a second thing that is so fucking bad will just happen on top of that. And it's funny how many folk that I've spoken to who have been through this kind of experience, and I've kind of been through that myself. And I think it's a part of like why Richter in this game is like just one of my favorite characters, man. He really captures just one of these rare things that a select few people seem to go through in life. And I love that it's here, you know? I love to see that this, you know, because in the previous game I was talking about how much I love to see people put that personal side of themselves into a project and just create something ultimately just, well, beautiful out of it. And Hotline Miami 2 is like no exception, man. And it does it to an even heavier degree. I remember when I was first playing through this game, before going through like half of my shit in my life. And even to that, even playing through that, I still felt just this sadness going on, but it didn't impact me quite as much. But to this day, man, these days, like after some of the things I've had to face in my life, it feels validating. It feels validating to see something like this. And knowing that you're not the only one, and that this kind of pain has been endured before. And it's again just why I appreciate it so much to see this. And especially just kind of discover that these days in my favorite game, man. It's like it's meant to be, you know? Living in a time in your life when you'll see things that just kind of speak to you more, and that's one of the things that Hotline Miami does. It's amazing, man. It's the game really does know how to take you through every color in the rainbow when it comes to feeling emotions, and that's something that does capture me right now. Is just and I think now more than ever I understand so much of where the developers are coming from when making Hotline Miami 2. It's not just a story about Hotline Miami 2 isn't just a story about the first game and the people around it, but a thing that I also notice these days is that it's a story about them and stuff that, and just the kind of hell that so little people are ever going to understand that they had to go through. And it's saddening to know that, like, when they got this game done as well, just it floored them. The reaction that a lot of the public had to the game and all that kind of stuff. And I don't know why it hits me so hard. I don't know why it hits me so hard now, of all times. I guess it's just because I kind of empathize with that a little more, knowing what that pain feels like. And just seeing how real it is for people who aren't just myself, you know? Hotline Miami 2 is a game that really does understand pain, and it reflects. It really does reflect. Because, like, a lot of people sort of a lot of different people are going to get so many different things from, like, the metaphor side of things in the story. And I think for the most part, a lot of folk are right when they speculate different things about the meta story in the game. There's so much that's crammed in. Just like the first game, there's so much stuff. So much of what just connects with just people that's fitted into Hotline Miami 2. And for me, a lot of what I get from the meta side of things is very much just the developer's experience of building this game. And I feel for them, you know. I do feel for them. Especially knowing, like, the context of what's happened 10 years after this game, and it's like, I get their pain, man. I do. So yeah, that is one of the reasons why I really do just appreciate this part of the story, man, because it hits home for me, man. It really does. Strikes me out these days. Because I talk about, like, how Hotline Miami 2 allows you, allows you to, like, really explore the characters as well, and, like, the kind of people that each of them are, and all that kind of stuff, and it's so fun to figure it out. And one of my favorite things about this character, specifically just through his gameplay, is kind of like this resilience that is shown in Richter. And I think Dennaton very much knew what they were doing with this character. Representing those who are strong enough to fight through, like, some of the hardest times in their lives, man. plus learning that the guy's got like military background and all that kind of stuff as well. There's a lot of that going on with all the characters you play as, but it's so driven home with Richter, man. I don't think I would have this any other way. Because I was there talking about, like, oh, it'd be cool to get him with, like, his silence doozy and all that kind of stuff. And the level editor allows you to do that as well. So in a way, they kind of give you that. But, like, in this campaign, as it's presented to you, that entire feeling, that emotion, that raw emotion that you get from this character would not be the same if they gave him like anything fancy to play with in his levels. Every single time, it's a pure, it's a raw experience of overcoming something that is just stacked against you. I love it so much. I love it so goddamn much, man. So let's play a goddamn computer game. And again, you can see it, like, even in this level, it's like one of the most intentionally awkward positions that the game puts you in. You've got to be one with the mechanics to get by these levels. This is a bit cool. Hold on. Because I think one thing I really like about Richter's campaign as well is he gets like some of the most there's some deep meaning, there's some deep delivery with the choice of music that he gets in his levels. Oh, hold on. There we go, that's what there really is just something about this level in particular that just drives home this feeling of, I guess, anguish, or it's not dread, it's not, anguish doesn't feel quite right either, it's more, maybe a bit of regret. It's like some kind of mix of all of these almost saddening emotions. Tragic. There's such a tragic sound and look to this level. It displays a lot of what's going on in the gameplay in such a way that just feels tragic. And I think it all plays into like the kind of mask that Richter wears and all that, like the rat. The rat is just such a plagued looking thing. And especially looking at it in this light, in this particular just depressing version of the gore, and all it is just like putting a dark filter over the level, right? But it just frames everything in such a way, especially with like how fucking bare bones everything looks. We've got like all this ammo boxes or something like that. Just a bunch of fucking heavy artillery. There's a pure suckiness to everything that's going on. The tragic nature of all of this death we're looking at, the tragic nature of the music playing in the background, the tragic nature of how shitty this place looks, the unfortunate fact that the guy behind this terrifying mask is one of the most compelling characters in the game. And here he is in one of the most dirty situations that we see any of the characters have to tackle, with the exception of like maybe the fans going into the sewers, but even then that's just not the same feel. Here it is just dire. It is such a dire thing, and it's driven into anyone who kind of feels anything for this character. It's very artsy in that sense. All while still giving us just the game to play. Hotline Miami 2 still knows not to really take the gameplay away from you. Because I remember the first time I played this level particularly, and while I wasn't quite feeling the emotions I am feeling about it today, there was still... Because for the most part, I was just kind of playing through it for the gameplay. I was here for the gameplay. And even in that sense, there was still just this amazingly gritty feeling I was getting from playing this level specifically. And it was great. Just for a slightly different reason. It was more just for like that sort of dirt fantasy. That fantasy of like being in the most gritty situation sort of thing. You know how it's like kind of like Fallout 3. It felt like the Hotline Miami's version of playing through Fallout 3. If that makes sense. But now it's like I just like it all the more because of everything that surrounds this level. The entire context around it. It's just fucking dire. And I love it. And I think the more you kind of engage yourself with the story and kind of sink in everything that's going on, especially at this point in the story, because there was always this building sadness going on as the story progresses. Like the farther you get into the story, the more you feel the sadness that's building through. And I think that gels so well with the very specific track that's used for the end screen whenever you beat a level. The more you hear this track, the more it just kind of starts to strike you in the heart the more you get through the story. And it's kind of cool when you think about that, because like from the very beginning this is the exact same track, but the more you get through, the more this specific track just starts to bear more and more and more weight as you get through the story. And I don't know if that's just me, but I think it does just kind of it drives it across, man. Oh, Mum, what have you gone and done? It's never a victorious feeling going out to the next level as this game. And again, just another one of these really strict and demanding levels. I do like that it is just a very consistent thing with Richter. There we go. And yeah, once again, even in like some of the more like demanding levels, you just gotta know how to use the look button. I'll keep saying it. I'm gonna keep saying it. Oh, well, look who it is. I love their change in styles as well. Adopting more of the beanie look and shit. The hipster look. Being more representative of how they looked at the time when they were making this game. And again, yeah, no shortage of climactic levels. And again, this is very much just Richter's thing, being like very up against a wall. I think this is again probably one of the hardest levels in the game. So what I could do is maybe visit this in hard mode as well. Definitely demands a lot of your focus, this level as well. So these guys are terrifying because they move blindingly fast when they catch you, and you can't shoot them. But what you can do is you can throw things at them to knock them down, and you can do a finisher. I think you can punch them as well, actually. It's like the only thing is just that they can't be shot at, but otherwise that's basically it. Yeah, I swear this guy is a bit slower with a shotgun. That sticky guy right there. And there we go. Yeah, again, it's just not that difficult. Just use the tools you got and you'll be just fine. What are you people talking about? Hotline Miami 2 is too hard. Nah, you know what? I'm doing it. Go on. Let's see how... Because I know there was that one bit in Manny's level where it was just a little bit, like, there's just one kind of skitsy bit that you had to get by. And that was one of the hardest levels in the game. Again, it's not that bad to get through in normal mode. And then in hard mode, it is quite a bit more challenging, but it's still quite doable. Excluding that one part. But again, I just want to see. And again, just kind of prove to folk that Hotline Miami, as long as you're just familiar with how the game works, you're fine, man. Right, let's see. Okay, so we got more windows going on around here. And a lot less room to breathe. But a little bit of baiting and getting armed with something useful. Clearing out that room and any bullets in here. Miss. There we go, that'll help us out a bit. That'll help us. Right, so let's get this guy, that guy. Let's shoot that guy as well. Right, and then we're relatively clear. Just grab something to hit them with. That guy's experiencing something else. Died of distraction there. Let's see. That'll do. That works in my favor. Grab a gun. Kaboom. 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 That guy's coming. Oh, but that guy's coming too. Ooh. Get a gun for that one. Yeah, get a gun for that one. Again, it's all the look button. It's all in the look button. Knock him down, take this guy out, and then we can take you out. So again, yeah, nothing too harsh just now. Get that guy. Knock you down, take you out. They're coming. Shall I bait them? Yeah, I'll just bait them. Because again, you can kind of just use windows to your advantage. Space is relatively clear, so then I can just kind of rush in here and knock these guys out. There we go. Ain't nothing to worry about. Snipe this guy, die, but that's alright. I'll just throw it at these guys. Take him out hand to hand. Thwap this guy. That was a risky one. I shouldn't have done that, really. Okay. Again, it all comes from like using your throwings and all that kind of stuff. Right, let's rush this room. Get into a decent position here. Just next time I'll need to be a bit more accurate. And again, I think I'm just kind of talking my way through all of this just to kind of get the idea across of where my head's at and trying to work these out. Let's see, I think if I tell you what, throw that away and I'll just knock these guys down and like, yeah, it's a little easier if I go hand to hand on that one, which again, It's all about just assessing what kind of tools are going to benefit me most in what situations. Right, so that guy's out in the open. I might be able to hit him from there, but at least he's coming over and blah blah blah. There we go, got that guy, and then this guy's got no one watching him, so I can just knock him out. Anyone else going on? Yeah, this room's clear, that room's clear. Because again, it is a lot more of a thought-provoking process. Let's see, how do I bait one of these guys to come closer? No, I can't, they can't hear me. So, well, is that... Okay, right, so basically, I'm fine going in from this angle. If I just do it with a bit more finesse. Right, there we go. And again, with cramped situations like that, it's just more ideal to use melee on those guys. But I think going into this room is a bit more beneficial because it's just a little more closed off, I think. And then when it gets tense like that, again, you just punch them. And then we're in the situation where we're like we really got to use firearms because of all this distance that's between me and the bad guys. There we go. And then you just pick any of them off from a distance, any of them that you can. You just pick them off. This guy ain't got nobody watching them, so we're fine. Then shotguns are particularly good to use at a distance because they spread out. It's wider as you get farther away. Now let's see. Shoot that guy. And then that's basically it. Let's see. Because if I shoot this guy, allow these dudes to come out. Do whatever they want to do. Knock this guy down, and there we go. Again, challenging, but not really all that brutal. Just as long as you use your tools as you understand them in a fitting way, sort of thing. Let's see. So what I really want to do, maybe if I take them as they get up. It gives me a little more wiggle room. It's all about what gives you a little more wiggle room. And maybe now I can use the shotgun because I got a bit more space to use it. Yeah, because finishers here are not going to help me out none. There's too many dudes around. Get over here. There you go. Too many guns, right. Let's say I shoot that guy first, I think. Or at least if I let off a round. And yeah, let's see if we can... Nah, it's not the most consistent thing. If I shoot at least one of them, it just gives me that extra bit of space to work with. Doesn't matter who I get, as long as I kind of shoot one of them. There we go. Maybe even if I shoot two of them. That guy seems more consistent to hit. I can just line the shot up and then knock the rest of them down. There we go. And then we're just kind of back in the swing of things, I'd say. There you go. Hang out. There you go. Give me some running room and all that. Oh god. Okay, yeah, no, that was sketchy, but otherwise... Okay, I'm just gonna kind of watch my space a little bit more. Let that guy come around and see if I can whack him through a window. He down. Knock him down. Finish him off. Anyone up here? One of the crazies up here, so just let him get the run up. That guy ain't gonna see me nothing, so I can just do that, take this guy out, and there we go. Again, I don't know if much of what I was rambling was making sense as I went through, but it is just kind of gaining these moments of control, and then once you have those breathing moments, you use the look button to get a good idea of what you're up against next, and then just just adapting to it as you go. What's gonna work more? A melee weapon or a firearm? Mixing it up. So what we're looking at now, right? So let's get the guy with the shotgun's attention. Take his gun, then I can take... Oh god, yeah, no, I need all 3 of those bullets. And again, it really does remind me of the master levels in Doom Eternal. It really comes down to solving what's going to make this easier for you. Because you can't brute force none of this. You have to approach it understanding what weapons are going to serve you most. Oh gosh, this is an awkward situation, right? And then the gun here is perfect because I got the space to use it. There we go. Right, so we're attracting some unwanted attention, so I'm going to break line of sight a bit. There we go, and I can use that to take that guy down. Think, there we go. And I think, there we go. And I think, there we go. And is that guy shootable? He is, there we go. Then the rest are very much just like crazies that I got smack. But they suck to confront from like tight angles like that. So I think I'll benefit just a little more going around the other side. Catching this guy's attention from here, and then he'll probably see me from there, and there we go. You see what I mean? So it is a much more thought-provoking process. You've got to think quick, sort of thing. So basically, dude told us his whole life story, explained that he needs a plane ticket for his mum to get out to Hawaii. A brand new character? Again? What? I liked when you were playing as the henchman. There's like that this running gag. There's this gag where you come out here and you like go to like the first car you see and you can't get in it, and it turns out you're like the lower budget car just behind it. I liked that touch. So the son, he is definitely more reminiscent of the fans, minus Alex and Ash, which I think sucks because they're my favorite, and it would have been cool if they found some way to incorporate them into this character. But well, I got a few things to say about this character. So again, so basically we've got Corey with her dodge roll, we got Tony with his knuckle dusters, bro, and then we've got Mark with his double machine guns in there. So I think I'm just gonna go with the dodge roll, man. We get a sword with it. And I like that this level seems to be more... It seems to be based off of that mask, the mole mask that you could wear in the first game that just darkens the level and makes it flesh red. And this is definitely when the game kind of gets back to that high octane, blood pumping gameplay. So I think one way that they could have approached the son, now I like him as a character for a few reasons. I'll see if I can show them off. I'll show them off in a lighter level, because this is a bit dark and it's hard to showcase, but I like some of the animations that he gets, and I like that he is a lot of his vibe is just hard going, high action, kind of savoring that gory side of things again. What else is that? There we go, simple as. So one thing I think, the first thing I notice about the son is, you know, his three things that he can do. That being, what is it? So his dodge roll with like the additional thing that he gets being like his katana. Like it seems to be quite representative of the final boss from the first games, and that's fine. But you know what I think? I think what they should have done with the son is take all three of these things and just compact them into the one character as one whole play style. You know what I mean? Let's think. I think what they should have done. Is start him off with the machine guns, make it that so he can dodge roll with them as well, and then when he runs out of ammo, he's got killing punches now, and he can still dodge roll. I think that would have been fucking superb, you know. Everything all in one character, and that would have been mint, bro. Oh my god. He probably would have been my favorite character at that point. But nonetheless, it doesn't stop him from being one of my favorites. I kind of like this as well, that they're having like two guys follow us at the same time, kind of like Alex and Ash. Is why I wonder why they couldn't have done Alex and Ash for his three things. It's like, I wish they either could have just made it that he's like the whole four in some way, so it's like we basically got the fans back, or just compact it all into one guy. Dude, they could have made this guy a fucking menace, man. They could have made it so he had killing punches as well, and he could pick up guns, so when he does pick up other guns, he fires them rapid, just like Ash does. They could have made this guy a fucking menace, bro. Line up and skadoosh. Oh wait, no, skadoosh. There we go. That's the next best thing. Again, people say Hotline Miami 2 is too hard, and I'm like, nah, hardly, bro. Close one. Oh, there we go. That's the thing I wanted to show off. Let's see. Let's bring this guy out. Take him down. So, one of the first things I really like about the son is his curb stomp. I like that he, ooh, gosh, this is gonna be tricky. But I can do it. Come on. I love his curb stomp, where not only does he curb stomp, he also, like, just... he just smears his foot into the fucking mess as well. Insulting. And I also do like this, like, one particular moment where we get to wear robbery masks and stuff and do a bank heist. Again, game is not short of climactic levels. Big feelings, you know. Uh-huh. And there we go. Jesus, that was over fast, man. You see what I mean? Like, you really... These guys are being babies, man. Hotline Miami 2 is too hard. And more story stuff that I think we're kind of past at this point. You gotta experience it for yourself. I do find it kind of curious that this guy looks like Evan. There's one theory that I really like about this. But, yeah, I ain't gonna talk too much about it. Jesus, bro, what did you do? It's funny how much some of, like, these levels differentiate themselves from one another. it's so much to the point that it sometimes makes me forget that I'm playing the same game all the way through, because it like just captures so many different feelings. Vastly different feelings as well. Especially when it's like we just kind of stop playing as guys with masks and stuff, and it really... I just forget that I'm playing Hotline Miami sometimes. There we go. Go on. Stop bullying them now. And once again, that's the gist of it. But you know, Hotline Miami 2 is too hard, guys. Too difficult. I find it interesting that the boss always seems to have this red background going for him. Right, what's it gonna be? What's it gonna be? I think we're gonna go with the big guns. Last level, big climax in it. Oh, one thing I really want to do. Get down here, you little... Oh, I love the sun, man. Guy is ruthless like Jacket is. And the rest are just melee guys, so I ain't got nothing to worry about. I love that also when he uses the knife, his takedowns are just so fucking fast. Just jag him and it's over. Nah, I want to bring the golf club with me. That's what I want. It's not often that we get to use the golf club. I need something to hit that guy with. Wait, where's my golf club? Can I use that? Yeah, let's go use the golf club. Can't miss out on the golf club, you know. Right, what are we gonna do about that thing? Let's see. Shoot him. There you go. Knock this guy down and just thwack him across the face, and then I think that's it. I think I've just about beat the game. There you go. That is the last level of Hotline Miami 2. Effectively the last level. What do I mean by that? We know how it is, my boy's acting all cocky in front of like the endless army. You know, like, I give you to the count of 10. Yeah, sorry. Oh, it's good. It's good. The game knows how to go out with a bang, man. And here we go. Boy's trying to give his henchman a call, but he can't get a hold of him. Probably because he's dead. Dude just starts ODing on pills. Man, dude. This is like the moment that all of Hotline Miami was building up to, man. We finally get to have our drug trip. In the most glorious form. What's this bear doing in this place? I wonder. Oh, the shit of me. Like, I'm allowed to be this stroppy at the game now. I'm supposed to be going to bed. The fucking visuals, man. Oh, the fucking visuals, man. Oh, just. I wonder. It's just me, or does this guy have hair? I don't know. Oh, I love it. I love the blurring that's going on here. The fact that my guy's walking looking like he's high as fuck. All the oversized stuff as well. Dude, this is like... I was talking earlier about like how some games use like funky effects to like give you a drug trip and that. But this game's allowed to do that at least once, okay? This game's allowed. Especially with like how biblical the fucking imagery is, man. Ah, here it is. There we go, man. This is my favorite game, bro. Yo, Rainbow Bridge? Then what? Then watch this. Watch the way it like starts to look like he's falling down, bro. Oh, this game, man. And in typical Hotline Miami fashion, we get this nice pretty end credits bit. Oh my god, and then the track starts to play. And again, it just drives across so much that you have just been through playing this game. I don't know if I don't know if Dennaton will ever hear me when I say this, but it's like, just thank you so much for sticking it out and just making this despite everything, despite the bullshit. Thank you for giving us this game. Thank you for giving us the level editor after this as well. Last bit. I do kind of like this conversation that Richter has with Richard. Just this accepting of your fate. This contemptedness with the end is nigh and all that. Dude's like, yeah, well, I guess no need to fight it then. When there's nothing you can do about it, why fucking stress, you know? You've done your part. Let the rest be the rest. I think it's like just the very last words that we hear, that we get to read in the game as well, and that's, leaving this world is not as scary as it sounds. It's kind of like, that was kind of like their final... Let me think. That was kind of like their last impactful thing that Richard himself says. It's kind of similar to when he says, do you like hurting other people? But this time around, it's just kind of this... He's speaking to the player. No, he's speaking to Richter in the sense of he's going to die in a minute. But just comforting him a little bit. Which is like one of the... He's never really done this for any other characters before. He's also just kind of speaking to the player themselves. Namely, in the sense that even though we're not going to get another Hotline Miami game or something like that, it's not going to be the end of the world, man. It's okay that this is the last we're going to see of this world. And with that, it like they just cap it off with I love this choice of song as well. I love that it starts off with like that type of music that was supposed to embody the sound of nuclear fire sort of thing. It was that Evans ending. Dino. Whoops. I shouldn't have done that one. Just get the game yourself and you can do everything the way you want it to. Going back to it, man, it's just like big thanks to Dennaton just for sticking with this, man. I'm so glad that ultimately they still, ever since they released it and all the backlash that they got for this stuff, they still held on to this feeling that they knew in their hearts that this is just a good fucking game, man. I'm glad that they're proud of this game. I'm glad that they didn't lose faith just because a bunch of fucking people who are dumb couldn't really see what this game is doing. And nah, it's not perfect, but what game is, you know? I think this game still just comes so close to being perfect, sort of thing. In terms of like just the ride it provides you and all the shit that you get to read into and figure out. The gameplay is not that hard, man. Once you use the look button, you're fine. And yeah, overall, it just has some of the biggest feelings that you... It has much bigger feelings that you experience in this game than you do in the first game. For sure. And then that's not even like just including the level editor itself. Like, not enough people talk about it when they're talking about Hotline Miami. They always skip on the level editor for some reason. Okay, so this... I remember the first time I saw this fucking screen, and I was like, I knew they weren't going to make Hotline Miami 3, but when I saw that screen, that was when I just experienced that feeling of, wait a minute, what? Why are you saying this? And they even do, it's implied like it's foreshadowed, and I think that's maybe one of the things that maybe they could have done with like just skipping out on and just be like you didn't need to do that. I think it's like basically a cynical joke on the people who really wanted Hotline Miami 3. And I kind of, it's like, if that's the case, I kind of get what they're going at, but like, I, as a very sentimental fan of Hotline Miami, I understand that like a third game would go against everything that the second game stands for, but even then I would still be one of those dumbasses who would see Hotline Miami 3 being announced and still kind of just get a bit giddy about it being like, huh? Okay. You know what I mean? But it's not only here, and I think it could be a part of why we just never heard the end of this whole Hotline Miami 3 business, because I'll get into it now. Why not? We can cover this. I've come this far, man. I've come this far. I'm sticking with it. Right. So, let's see. Let's go with, or rather, in fact, yeah, you know what? We'll start with that. See if we can find this image. Okay, not the one I was looking for, but I might as well. So, this was like the front cover of a podcast episode. And they're there doing the Hotline Miami 3 thing. They keep bringing it up, bro. It's like this never-ending joke. And then Devolver Digital is in on the joke as well. Let's see if I can find it. There we go. There's this little thing in the background that goes, Hotline Miami 3. It's a bit blurred, but I'm sure there was a clearer image of that. Yeah, I guess it is like just kind of blurred in the background there. But that's the thing. They keep doing this. They keep doing this thing where they're just going, ooh, Hotline Miami 3. Ooh, it's coming. When we all know full well, no, it's not. Like sake. I think it's low key. Just Denaton's kind of sick joke on the dickheads that gave them such a hard time going, can we have Hotline Miami 3? Kill yourself. Yeah, no. Oh, yeah, no, there's another one from Devolver. Yeah, it's a running joke that continues to this day. Fucking stupid. Because like, even though I, as a Hotline Miami fan, like, who would love to see another Hotline Miami style game, and seeing that, I just kind of have to run along with the joke, just be like, and just respect that, even though like kind of deep down it hurts a little bit, man. Especially because I think there's definitely a timeline where they probably would have liked to make a third game, maybe after making a couple of games that are like just a bit different. I can picture a timeline where if they weren't harassed so much for Hotline Miami 2 and just all the pressure that they'd had to face making the second game, I can imagine a universe where they would quite happily make a third game after a lengthy break from making Hotline Miami games, you know. But ultimately, no, that is definitely not the case. And they will continue to remind us in the sickest way that it is not happening. So there you go. Let's see. I think because I don't really care to browse much more of the story right now. It's like, you kind of get the idea. I'm not really going to go into this level, because it again just kind of covers the whole idea of why we're not going to get Hotline Miami 3. So yeah, ultimately, it's not happening. We're not getting Hotline 3. What we are getting instead, though, is 1-900 Cult, so just be thankful that we're getting that kind of thing instead. Because I fucking know I am. But yeah, anything else I really want to cover? No, not really. So that kind of just leaves the last thing, and that is the level editor itself. So I think the thing that I will do, so what was it? Yeah, so you get to play as Jacket and the biker in the level editor, along with like all the other characters. Depends on like what the people made. But what we'll do is we'll pull up a biker level. We'll pull up a Jacket level as well. And then maybe something that's like a bit of a fan favorite as well. No, let's see. Yeah, I'd love to play one of the levels where you get to play as like one of the dead operatives, namely Carl. Some folk made what was it? They would like reskin Jacket to look just like Carl and make it so he exclusively uses the Locust mask. But more on that in a minute, because I'm going to use Lou one last time. I know. Nightmare. That'll do. Right, so this looks familiar. This isn't like the house from Party Hard, is it, or something? I wonder. Huh. I can do this. Right, let's just throw a knife at this guy. Throw a knife at that guy. Take care of the rest of them. So I also like that in this game, the biker can deal with heavier dudes now, because in the first game, they would just never put you up against them. But in this case, you can just chop into the guys and you'll be fine. There's like this little delay as well, which kind of requires you to prioritize what enemies you're going after against them. Again, it's just a whole different formula, or different system compared to all the other characters in that. He doesn't handle it quite like Tony does, but doesn't quite handle it like the Swan twins do either. There's this sort of in-between. Okay, right, that's what we're going to do. Just flip. Oh god. And he still chops people in half just like he did in the first game. The only thing that I do miss, I really do miss, if I can just... Well, there's the rare kick animation that he can do. But now we're looking for this door thing. If I can, like, just get myself an opportunity to do it. No. Come on. Stop it. Come on. Come back. Back you come. Come on. Good lad. Yeah, the biker just slits their throats now. He doesn't do his like downward chop thing. He doesn't do his curb stomp like he did in the first game. It's just the one, and it's just the knife slit. It does kind of lose him a little bit of his urgent feeling in that. He might feel a little bit slower than he did in the first game as well. Yeah. I'm not too mad about it though. Bit better. There we go. So yeah, that's basically how the biker works. I'm happy with him. I also like his redesign as well. Like he's got like wee hood on his back, and you can see a bit more of like his. You can see like some torn white sleeves beneath his jacket as well. I think they gave him like torn, well, it's like scuffed up knees as well on his jeans and that as well. Just overall like some extra details on him, which is just a nice touch. Yeah. What if he's still got the skull on his back? Yeah, he's still got the skull on his back. Nah, he's still pretty good. And then let's see. Is that basically it? Yeah, go on. Here, since the silenced Uzi didn't work in the last one, we'll do it here. Yeah, see, that one works. That one works a little better. There we go. We had it. We've had our silenced Uzi. I like that they can kind of use the haze effect to create that sort of Hotline 1 feel. There we go. Chop them in half. That's right. There we go. Yeah, there's no shortage of like people who just want to make the classic style levels as well. So if that's the kind of thing you want, you also get to have that. There's a mix of everything in the level editor, man. And it's so easy to tell through. And it's so easy to tell through like the Steam Workshop. Whether you're gonna like it or not, because like they give you like screenshots and that, and then if they don't give you screenshots, just leave it be. Head to like the next one that looks kind of good. Take a look at the screenshots, and it's not too hard to like find levels for certain characters that you're looking for as well, especially good ones and that. Yeah, dude, it's just my favorite game, bro. It's just my favorite game. Let's see. Twist that over a bit. So again, instantly, just a nice looking level. And yet not, the execution is still there. I just gotta find a gun. There we go. So we gotta use that gun. They're really challenging my availability to use the drill. I want my drill back. There we go. That was the whole point, bro. And again, I love that they very much just make it Carl, bro. His outfit and everything. It's cool. Oh, is that the frying pan that's in, or the pot of water? The pot of boiling water? We gotta go get that. Hold on. Oh, this game does not... Yeah, no, this level doesn't want you to have anything, man. I'm all for it. I'm up for a challenge. Need to... Oh... Okay, challenge. Accept it. There we go. That should win us some room. And then we gotta use this thing on somebody. Go on. Yeah, that'll do. There it is. Fucking hell. Oh, it turns his head into a skull too, bro. Boiled his skin off, you know. Another floor to go? I'll take a look at it, and then if it seems just a bit much, I'll let it be. I'll let this one be, because I'm gonna give one of the other ones a chance as well. Let's see, because there was Instinct. And there was Rage. Now, I already did Jacket, so let's do Instinct. That's our last one. We're playing with one of the other fallen operatives. Here we go. Look at this guy's pose, bro. So who are we really playing as? We're playing as Jacket. And that's another one of those things that I really like about the editor, is people have found these creative ways to animate the characters that you play as. And it really does just kind of create that illusion that you're playing as someone else entirely. I'll beat the... In fact, nah, I'll beat this level. I'll beat the whole level, even if it's a bit lengthy. And then we'll cap it there, man. This is my favorite game, bro. If only I was awake enough to express it. Can't believe how long it took me to get through all of this. I did kind of take my time though. Such dramatic punches as well. It's so good. I like the guys in the pink suits as well. Oh yeah, because we're playing as Jacket, we can't pick up that kind of weapon. There is jank yet in the level editor. It's just kind of down to some people how well they're able to hide it if they want to include extra assets and stuff. Because I can definitely imagine that Dennaton were like just so done feeling at this point. And it probably explains why not everything in the level editor was really polished, or maybe some things were a little bit left in this unfinished state. Like, what is it? When Richter uses his silenced Uzi, it's not actually silenced. It still attracts attention in that. And then, yeah, some characters just flat out can't pick up some weapons. They just eat them instead. Some of Jacket's masks don't quite work the way they did in the previous game either. And then some of the masks are just flat out missing their abilities, and that is like, ugh. As is. You know, they were tired, man. And some bits of the level editor did show it. And I couldn't blame them too much. Especially considering the fact that we really could have never gotten this in the first place. It was never, like, planned. I think they just wanted to leave us with something before they dipped. And I think they did that. I think they did that very, very well. Ooh. Oh, there we go. Another floor. Yeah, go on then. Ooh, interesting. Right. Let's see. If I, like, sit here a little bit. There you go. There you go. There you go. Oh, never mind. I can do that. Right, okay. Take care of this lot, then that guy, while these guys are coming, just thwack them down, thwack them down, thwack them all down, bro. Take a gun, shoot this guy, if I can, then this guy, assault this room. I like this level, by the way, as well. It's like a luxury hotel. Ooh, that's another thing. The guys who like crouch behind cover, they can see you through doors. So there's like a lot that the creators of their own levels have had to do to kind of sweep all this kind of stuff under the rug. Because there's no mods that can really change any of it. The only thing they can change is how everything looks, but none of how it functions. Which, yeah, no, again, it stings. It does sting a bit. But I'm not mad at Dennaton for that. It's just, it was just an unfortunate situation. There we go. And that's about it. Get to Tony's car. That's pretty cool looking. You see what I mean? They can like completely redo a lot of like how the appearances of things appear and the whole like. Whoa, an S rank? Sorry, I didn't make you fucking. Whoa, I must be good at this game or something. Except, yeah, some of the levels don't really have like score trackers in that. It's not really what I'm looking for in Miami anyway. But overall, even with these kind of flaws, dude, this is my favorite game, man. And it's 10 years old now. And with like the abundance of fucking content that people have made for this as well, just it boggles my mind even to this day. And I will never be more grateful for the very fact that we got to have this game. Because there's just so much stacked against it, and yet it still just insisted on existing, man. And that's worth it, you know. That is worthwhile. And with that, yeah, overall, yeah, get the hold on. And yeah, overall, get these games. It's good. Thanks. Bye.